Hello guys, and finally, welcome to our live stream. So sorry about the delayed start today, as I was celebrating birthday with one of my colleagues. So we had a very nice lunch and cupcakes together. And after a few glasses of prosecco, now we're live again, and let's continue as usual with our trading update. See what's new on our trading accounts, and then let's continue, with our projects, right? Uh, again, the market has been quite calm, right? Not much has been happening. But yeah, so we've been like testing our USD JPY strategy, which is working quite well. You can see that there's like a lot of, small little trades happening, which is quite good. So I think USD JPY is going to be, another asset that we can trade. So it's always good to have, some extra strategies tested. So, in case SP 500 will become a bit like, let's say, dormant or not active, we can always like try to migrate some of our capital to other strategies. Like this is like very important. So what you can see here is that trading is like even trading strategy. It's not like you just download the trading bot and turn SP 500 and now you're gonna get rich. Uh, I mean, it could happen, but what you'll most likely find is that strategies they come and go, and the markets always provide different opportunities at different times. So the biggest skill actually is having the yeah being able to identify different opportunities at different time, and that's why we keep backtesting and try to research and strategies to always like try to optimize our profits. Hello, Forex for everyone. Thank you, for coming to this live stream, and thank you for joining the membership. And I hope that you'll gain a lot of value from the robots and the community. And happy to have you on the stream today. 1 second, I just gonna get some water. And I did some bookmarks, organizing my work, and like coding and everything is always a lot of work. Yesterday we discussed a bit, how to organize everything quite neatly. So now I created some bookmarks. So for example, we can just, open uh, my live dashboard, right? So again, we can like check the profits. So this is the profit on my large account. So again, not much has been happening. The small account, like still good performance, $13 on a 10K account, like is still pretty good. That's like 0.1% for the day, which is like really amazing. But on large account, we haven't had like any opportunity. So as I mentioned yesterday, we've been testing new strategies like on USD JPY, and also coded a new trading bot on JP225. So today, we might, open, the same strategies, but with larger lot size, right? So we'll, try to increase the exposure a little bit, but I'll provide more updates on that. But yeah, so this is the current P&L for today. And again, a quick overview for the profits for the current month. I think I should like by default display like the current month. So I don't have to, just click on date picker. But here so far, 725 US dollars on the 10K account over the past, let's say already a month, right? Week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. So over the past 4 weeks, 725 on the 10K account, really amazing. And like this account is like fresh. So the 100K account, like if we check, like there's not much history, right? We started on the 11th. So here we still have to wait, for, some, no, sufficient sample size so we can have some rough idea what the like expected return on this account will be. But still, almost 1.3K US dollars on this account is like really nice. And so this is the current state of the accounts. We'll talk more about the strategies later, and we'll like try to look at our current running trading bots, which are running on our server right now. So right now on my server, what I have here is the SP500, which is still running, but not many trades have been happening. And then we have the two-sided JP225 bot. So if you remember, if you visit my live stream yesterday, we created a new version of trading bot that can place the bid and ask prices at the same time. So if you have like entry and exit signals at the same time, and that does happen when the spread is very, very large, the trading bot is able to enter and exit into the trade simultaneously. So this is great. And so what you can see is like my trading bot, like I've tried to enter very aggressively. So I see the JP25 is very, very inefficient. So usually the spread was always like 170 or like sometimes in 200. Right now you see that the spread is very high, even like over 100. And now my trading bot is like trying to enter very aggressively. So effectively what I did, is that I reduced the spread by a lot, right? Like a lot. So whenever I quote the bid price, you see that the spread is like 28, right? Which is crazy. So what I'm basically doing is I'm making the market more efficient, right? So the participants, the traders who like trading JP225 have better trading conditions essentially, right? Because they don't have to pay a spread 150, they pay a spread of 29. And I'm very happy to accept, the being the counterparty because I still buy at a very good price. And so you can like directly see that you as a trader or market maker or liquidity provider, uh, that you are actually making the market more efficient with higher spreads, and that's good for everyone, right? Me as a market maker, I get good fills, right? I still get the edge, and the traders on the exchange get a better fill, right? Instead of paying 150, they pay 27 right now, right? This is like my top of book buy limit. So yeah, so my trading bot is like trying to quote these limits. You can see that, no, it's the other one. Like here, you can see, how it's trying to open the limit orders, right? And you see the current states here. Okay, I have to check a few things later, right? Like this string bot, like what we did is we coded it yesterday, so I might still, have to review the performance, and how it's working. Um, But so far, like it's been trading today, and like I didn't trade overnight. Again, it crashed because it's a new version of the trading bot, so I didn't want to, let it run overnight constantly. So yesterday in the evening, it crashed, and then like I was like, okay, let's not turn it on again because it's still a new version. We don't want to risk anything. Okay, so now let's go to the usual, like what are our tasks for the day, right? Because for the past 3 weeks, I've been using like this Livestream file, the Google Docs. And so I decided, to maybe put a little bit more structure into the way we, plan the tasks for a day for Livestream. Even when I don't stream, I still code sometimes and do stuff. So I was thinking, let's upgrade to some task management tool. So quick sip of water. And so when I worked like in a company before, right, we would use an app that's called Asana. And so Asana is a project or task management tool where you can just enter your tasks. They're all structured. You can have like a list, you can have a board, right? You can have a timeline, right? You have all these like tools and visualizations that you can use to effectively monitor your tasks. And so I was thinking like there's a lot of things I want to do with you guys on live stream, and like I can't write everything in a document file right now. So we're going to use Asana, right, for managing our personal projects. And like Asana is free if you just use it for yourself, and there's like a paid version if you like expand your team. So it's more like oriented to charge big companies and corporates. That's their revenue model. But if you're a small company or work alone on a project, Asana is like really nice to just structure your task yourself. All right, Asana PTSD from work just kicking. Yeah. So when I used Asana, like when you're like in this like management role or project manager role or like a team leader role, right? You have like, I don't know, 5, 10, or even 100 people under you, and you have to go through all those tasks. Why is this not done yet, right? The deadline was on Friday. We have 10 tasks today that we have to finish, and I understand that you get a lot of PTSD from that because I did too, right? Always someone from my team came, hey, I assigned a task to you, please manage, and then you have to deal with all those tasks, and like your project manager see why is this not done yet. But when it comes to like personal tasks, right? Like you manage the tasks yourself basically. I think it's a very nice tool as long as you like keep pace with your own rhythm, right? And like for personal projects or just on live stream, I think this is kind of a nice tool. And how do you cure PTSD? You just have to replace your trauma with like the same environment but a better experience. So hopefully on my live stream, I will help you get rid of your PTSD, and we're going to, take it easy, just finish our tasks with our own tempo, and then maybe, uh, yeah, we can start, working with Asana now. So yeah, so what we're going to do is like, sorry if it might take a little bit of time, right? Because we're supposed to be trading, but also like structuring our project and making sure we work efficiently is part of the live stream. So let's go through our old tasks and like try to prioritize like what's very important, what's nice to have, and once we migrate all the tasks from this Google Docs, let's just focus on this project for now. So here, the way I like to work is like I like to use boards. Everyone's different, right? I like to use boards where I like to, write something like a backlog, right? So it's like whenever there's nothing to do, I can scroll through my backlog, and then like from the backlog, I will just write a to-do, which is like the current to-dos that I'm supposed to work on right now. And then like when we had like someone like a project manager who would then review the task or test or something like that, we would have like a review. So in theory, like if we have a training bot and it's like done and we like deploy the training strategy and we are not sure yet if it's done, we just put like review or test, right? And then we can always come back to it, but we know we don't have to do anything about it, just review the results. And then like we do have like something done. I don't like to overcomplicate like to-do lists, right? Because the more labels, tags, to-dos, and structures you have in your to-dos, the more complicated your task management will become. So I'm going to keep it simple, right? We're just going to create like 4 states basically where we can drag task 1 to do, to review, and then done. And like in IT, right? I remember in IT we had also something like bugs and errors. Like in IT, it's like a specific thing because when you develop something, you also want to, deal with the things with priority, right? So I will probably, because I'm an IT guy, I will also add bugs and errors when something goes wrong, so I can just, fix it immediately. So for me, it's also almost like a priority stuff, and that's basically it, right? So now you can just, create the task the way you like. So here. Um, I can delete this one. These are just some sample tasks. And that's it. And then we can like create like small tags like IT or trading tags or general, right? Or like website requests. So these are just some small things where we can create tags. But if you have like a structure that looks like this, I think you are going to be very, very organized, right? So let's like have an example where we just migrate all the things that we have here, and then we can like provide extra description. So just one by one, we have some IT task, right? So here we need to unify hedger and training bot. So basically what we have right now, let me also explain the tasks while we migrate them, so you guys also understand like why we need to do it. So here in my Hyperliquid Arbitrage project, right? So this is my project where, we code our training bot and do the backtesting and write our apps. So what we have is like when we turn on our training bot, right? So we have training bot here and MT5 hedger here. So like these 2 bots are running separately right now, right? So here, whenever I try to run my like SP500 strategy, so HedgeBot, it listens to the exposure on Hyperliquid and it sends a trade to MT5 whenever our exposure changes, right? So it's just a pure hedging on MT5 script. And here what we have here is a trading bot that like does the signal analysis, places trades on Hyperliquid. So it basically evaluates the trading signals, and based on the signal, it will then place the trade on Hyperliquid. And the reason I separated them is because they like are able to work independently. And in terms of like programming and development, it's like easier to like separate your task into like little tasks basically, right? And then when they work separately, they have their own function, but together they make the trading strategy. And so instead of like having to go to a server and turn on hedger and trading bot, we will work on like some tool, a UI that can turn on these two like with a single run function, right? And so this like master process can like turn on the little two sub processes and check that they're both running. So we can also like apply some monitoring or alert systems that can also be implemented like with hedge bot and trading bot. So that's what we're doing, and this is like one of the first tasks. So this in backlogs, I have to like check where tags are. I'm not sure if we have you used Fable for this? Well, Fable has been disabled. So I've done like my dashboard, right? If you look at like this dashboard, here, right, we have like our live dashboard. I still haven't updated yet. I'm still quite late, but on the other server it's updated. Let me just turn it on here. Where is it? Like the trading bots are up to date, but I didn't like change the dashboard. All right, I migrated the dashboard like here. So here, if you go to dashboard and run dashboard.py, so like that will start our MT5, right? That will start our MT5, connect to Hyperliquid, and then here you will see like the alert system, system monitoring, and our like live trades, that are happening on our dashboard. So that was coded with Fable, but because I disabled it, I'm now working with Opus 4.8, right? So we're gonna code with Opus today when we start like working our project. And I'm thinking like I haven't used Asana like for months, right? So I used to use it on everyday basis when I was working like every day in a corporate, and so we had all these processes uh, that sometimes I didn't agree with, right? Sometimes the administration itself was more work than the work itself when it comes to project management. Oh, here we have add tags, right? So here with tags, like I also like to keep it simple, but it's important like to also like separate the type of task, right? So we can create like an IT tag. IT, we can like add blue, right? And then we can add other tags like general, trading related tasks, administrative tasks, website, and so on, or user requests. So here then I can like see the blue tag and I know that it's IT basically, right? So this is like all that I'm going to do. And then like if we like focus on different types of tasks, like today I only want to code, right? Then I can like try to filter by tag, for example. But we're gonna do that like once we have these tasks migrating. I will show you like the way I would like work in a company. And the reason I'm doing that is like before when I started live stream, I was like, okay, it's for fun, it's a personal project. But now with many user requests and everyone having those questions on live streams, I sort of want to structure my project and to-do list more efficiently, right? So these are like separate tasks. This is like research and backtesting, right? So we would have like a task for research and backtesting. So we need to do like a Bollinger backtesting, Z-score backtesting. And so here I can again add a tag. I think it's Control T, right? Oh no, it's not Control T. It's Shift. No, where's the add tag? It's Tab T. Oh wow, okay. Thank you, Asana. So here, this is research and backtesting. So here, with these type of tasks, we would work like with paper notebooks, like look at data and like make our research. So this is like focused on. I'm just gonna use this. And what do we do for research and backtesting? I like calm colors. I don't like red. Red is not a nice color. I just do green, right? Green is peaceful. Like when I backtest, I feel in peace. When I code, I feel smart, so that's why it's blue. And when it's going to be like bugs and errors, it's going to be red. because I hate red. It means it's going to irritate me a lot, so I will want to yeah, finish the task so I don't have to look at red colors. So I like calling quiet times housekeeping time. This is where the real work happens, and then the XMPL is captured, of course, when things go crazy. Wondering why Claude and not GPT or Gemini? Well, Claude, because I started with Claude, and I like Claude, right? So I haven't had any issues with it so far, and so if I'm happy with something, I don't feel like exploring other options. So I'm just happy with the way things are, right? So yeah, let's call it quiet time. So in trading, right? Let's look at like the 100K count. Like we made $780 on Monday, right? That was a crazy day. We made like 170 the week before. We made 200 yesterday. Like yesterday, we had almost no trade on Livestream, but by the end of the day, we still made 230, which is like really good, right? Compared to this one, it's not so exciting. And today, like we're still like plus 13. Of course, the nice thing is like there is no red color, right? We're not in loss, which is like amazing. Most traders have winning and losing days, and like even if you make just a few $100s every day, it's still a lot of money. And so during these peaceful periods, like you can try to force a trade, but I feel like okay, I have time to, take my time, uh, structure my tasks, and then on days where we're gonna trade a lot, we're gonna stare at the screen like this, like wow, wow, we're making so much money. And then on days like today, we're just gonna, as you said, call it housekeeping time, right? Clean up the restaurant when there are not many guests, and fill up the kitchen when the restaurant is full. Hello, brother. What are you up to right now? So yeah, today we're going to take all our tasks. So these are like personal project tasks. How to improve the trading bot, how to backtest new strategies, add the user requests, and so on. Right? We're gonna like take these tasks and put them into our new project management tool, which is called Asana. We're gonna, prioritize, just put some structure into our projects. And then once we have migrated all the tasks, we will then try to finish task by task so we can, have more structure. And the viewers who come to live stream, they ask, what are you up to today? Then I can tell them, yeah, today I'm working on unifying my hedger and trading bot. And then the next day, oh, today I'm backtesting. So you will see also all the tasks, and so I'm gonna share that with you, so you guys also know what we're going to work on today. So where we can find the basic strategy and foundation for arbitrage to play on our market. Is there material practice we can use? Yes. So if you look like in the descriptions below the video, I've added a strategy guide and explanation how strategy works. So here I have like a short like page where we explain the strategy in detail. And if you want to download the trading bot and try out yourself, then you can like proceed to my website. And like on my website, this is where I'm like selling the memberships. You can learn more about strategy, download code, and join my Discord channel where I will, show you more about the strategy. So yeah, feel free to like visit this link and cite that in the chat. And if you have any questions, let me know. So another question, I'm at the same bot for crypto and it was constantly bleeding because of the, 0.5% to 1% fast spikes where price up and down like crazy and the bot almost always enter badly. How to deal with it? Well, I had similar issues when I traded, and like there are like multiple things you can do. Like for example, data might not be like synchronized, right? So sometimes you get a price update on one exchange, and the second price update comes with like a latency delay. So like fast price spikes can cause, the slippages that you are talking about. So one thing I recommend is like maybe look at like the short-term like average, right? Look at like if it's just a price spike or if the price is deviating from the fair market for an extended period of time. And the longer it is like away from the fair market price, the more you can be certain that it is an actual arbitrage than just a short-term price spike. Of course, the longer you wait, the higher the chance that other arbitrage traders are going to arbitrage that price. So somewhere you need to find the sweet balance between waiting and between, entering the trade fast enough. So Do you find New York session time is when trades occur off live stream? Is there any correlation to a current session? Of course, the asset mimics the price movements of the real asset. So it depends. It depends. For example, on Monday, the big profit that you see on Monday happened in the morning, like right at market open. So what I see often is that the market is quite inefficient during like market opens, which is like Monday after the weekend, or like during the US market open, right? I see a lot of volatility there. So I think it's very correlated with the current market volatility and volumes that you see. Uh, but also like I think it is random. So I think it's too early to answer. So what we can do theoretically is like later when we have even more data samples and like check our test account and then look at the P&L report, because so far we're almost like in 1 week it will be like a 1 month. So we can then look at the profits by hour, right? We can then look at the profits by hour and see, during which times we make the most profit. But of course, it depends on the symbol, because we also trade like various symbols. Like JP225 is the Japanese index, right? So I assume that the volumes are going to be mainly dominant during the Asian session. And then when you trade SP500, then it makes sense that our profits happen later in the day, because the US market opens, like I live in Prague, so for me US market opens in the afternoon and then closes around 11 p.m. Before midnight. So for me on SP500, I sort of believe that most of the profits actually happen like later in the afternoon. And so quick question, how do you know what to do? Because I'm working on my own project right now. What to improve and how can you analyze and work out new things? So a lot of things that I do when trading doesn't come from, just being smart and coding something and it works on the first day. A lot of things that I'm showing you actually are the result of a lot of testing, right? So when I started out with arbitrage, a lot of my strategies were like slightly losing or break even. For example, due to the issue that you mentioned, like you've had slippages due to price spikes. So I had to apply price spike smoothing. And like over time, you just accumulate all those like little things and knowledge that essentially build a profitable arbitrage system. So I think the theory is not very difficult to learn. Arbitrage is basically just buying an asset that's cheap on one exchange and more expensive on another exchange. But the most difficult part is like the technical implementation and the little things that actually create these issues as you've mentioned. So if you have an issue like that, like come on the live stream and ask me, hey, I've been having issues with slippages and price spikes, then okay, then we can discuss that, and then I would tell you, yeah, you should probably apply some price smoothing, right? Or another guy, right, came to me and he made a back test on like the historical spread. Let's have a look at like some example. So here we have an historical spread on SP500, right? Like you could backtest on 1 minute snapshots and you see like these spikes. But if you backtest on 1 minute spikes, what happens is that like 1 minute snapshots are not that accurate. So these spikes like maybe never existed in the real market. And so if you like are able to, make money in a backtest and doesn't work live, then you know that there's probably something wrong with the data you're using to backtest, right? So then in the backtest, instead of like using the spikes, you can again apply a smoothened curve where you can like take the past 5 or 15-minute candles and try to apply your backtest on a smoothened average instead of like these 1 minute snapshots. And so also like we're doing like market making, so prices are not guaranteed. So even though price was there, for example, you are not guaranteed to get a fill. And like as you like start building your arbitrage projects, right, and like run your bots, whoops, uh, you will then notice that over time you will just learn these little things, and over time your arbitrage strategies will become better. So like to get profitable in arbitrage, you need to overcome like a minimum amount of obstacles until you like break through to become break even profitable, and like from that moment on like life will become much easier in arbitrage trading. What is the time zone of your dashboard timestamps? So right now, so here in this dashboard, you can set up Euro Prague. So it's based on Euro Prague time, which right now is UTC +2, right? I think it's UTC +2. No, it's summertime. So it's, yeah, it's still UTC +2. No, +3. It's summertime. Sorry, +3, I mean. Or maybe, am I stupid? I'm just gonna ask Claude. If in doubt, ask Claude. This is something that, I learned over time. So can you convert Prague time to UTC? Thank you, Freak Trade, FR, or Frequent Trade, FR. He always comments my channel and always says my channel is awesome, and I always feel a little bit better when I see his comments. So, yeah, thank you for a comment. It's +2. Yeah, we're +2. Sorry. So we are +2, and then when we switch to winter, it's +1. Like me and time zones never work together. Every year when I write my training bots, and my training bots migrate from summer to winter and from winter to summertime, they always crash. I don't know why. So I always have to, check manually if everything's okay. And so this year, when we switch to winter time, I will probably do the same thing. Okay, this is like almost so. Yesterday we did the Bitcoin cash and carry arbitrage, which we already placed, so we can actually add it like under review. So let me explain. So yesterday on Livestream, someone asked me, how do you open a cash and carry arbitrage on Bitcoin? And so how we can do it is like, okay, what I did is I bought spot Bitcoin, like for cash. So this is an actual Bitcoin. I can in theory send it to someone to their own wallet. So here I have my Bitcoin. I bought roughly 500 USDC in value. Pardon. And then I shorted BTC perps, right? So BTC perps is like a perpetual futures on Hyperliquid, and I shorted it like equal amounts, so also roughly 500 USDC. And so what I said is that like cash and carry arbitrage is where you create a delta neutral position where you long Bitcoin spot and short Bitcoin perpetuals. And the edge of this strategy is the positive carry. And the positive carry is the funding rate, right? So every hour we get positive funding Bitcoin, or should be getting. It's not like always the case, but here you see that here the annualized funding rate on Bitcoin is 10.95%, which means that every hour we will be credited some money for holding a short position. And so as a result, by holding Bitcoin long, which is like for zero funding because we funded that with our own cash, and shorting the futures, we then get, or since yesterday we made 12 cents, right? That's our edge. And if I hold this position for long enough, this funding rate will cover my commission, right? The initial fee to enter the trade, and will like consistently make money over time. And so the implied like rate is like, of course, you have to provide the capital for opening a long position. You also need to provide margin to open a short hedge, right? Right. And so based on the capital provided plus the margin provided, this is basically the invested capital. Then we can like compute the implied return, right? And here the implied return would be roughly like, let's say at this moment, almost 11%, right? I would like assume it's maybe 8 or 9 in practice, because you have to split your capital into the spot Bitcoin and then a fraction of it into a short position. And so like in a week or two, I'm going to close a position and compute how much money we made on this cash and carry. Of course, like it's not something like super great, right? Cash and carry arbitrages are basically, in most cases, like low risk, right? Where you are basically delta neutral, like similar to our like CFD against perp arbitrage, but they're safe because you're delta neutral. You also hedge it on the same exchange. So what it means is that like you have a shared like margining across, your spot and perpetual futures balance, which means that even though like on MT5 and Hyperliquid, because you trade on two different exchanges, you can get margin called or liquidated on one side. And this risk is not possible in Hyperliquid because if Bitcoin goes up on spot, it goes down on the perp account, and so overall, like your P&L still stays zero because your spot and perpetual account, they offset each other, and so there is no chance that you will get like liquidated on your position. And so it's like a little bit low risk, but the return, of course, is like not as nice compared to if you open highly leveraged positions on both exchanges. So yeah, so here I just want to explain what the Bitcoin cash and carry arbitrage is, and we can provide a short description. So something like, so let me zoom in here a bit. So on 16th June, we opened cash and carry arbitrage on BTC Hyperliquid, and now we are holding the position open, and we are making money every hour on the funding rates. We will monitor this position over time, and once we make some profit, we will evaluate the result and provide more information on this trade. So yeah, so this is something we've done manually. Like usually I would do the script, right? Because what I did is like I added a maker order. So I had a maker order on spot Bitcoin, and once that got filled, I like like try to very quickly hedge that position by entering a short position, a market order on BTC perp. And so I did this manually, but if you want to trade like very efficiently, then I recommend using a script. This is more like a quick demonstration live stream because someone asked what type of arbitrages exist, right? So here we talked about classic spot arbitrages, statistical arbitrage, like arbitrage of perpetuals against CFDs, which is the things we are doing, right? So this is like our main strategy. So we're arbitraging two derivatives basically. Triangle arbitrage and Forex, this was also like discussed. And yeah, so we discussed arbitrages yesterday, and therefore I wanted to show a quick, easy example on the cash and carry arbitrage because this is something many people can do like on their own, and actually they don't need a robot or a script to do that, but it definitely helps when you like want to fully pursue this type of arbitrage. So for me, I just use UTC everywhere. Yeah, that's a good thing. Like in IT, when you just work with UTCs, you never have issues. But for me, the conversion from UTC to proc time is always confusing because you wake up at 8 or 9, right? Then at 1 you have lunch, and then at 8, you close your trades, and then you add UTC. It's extra work for me to think in different time zones. So I just prefer to use the time zone I live in. But again, that's like personal preference. So we have a question. Can you show charges and calculation profitability of USD JPY? Sure. So here on USD JPY, what we have here today, like as you can see, like we entered into a USD JPY trade. So on our testing account where we've been trading strategy, yeah, I think I need to add USD JPY into my public dashboard, which is not done. I'm just going to add it here, right? Because then we can add it during. It's a small task. It's better like to deal with small tasks. Add USD JPY to public dashboard. So this we will finish this task today, right? So let's just finish this task today. So I add this to our to-do today. And yeah, so this is my local host where I can, show the USD JPY profits. And like we started trading that strategy yesterday, right? So we don't have much data samples, but let's just filter by USD JPY. And so, so now we have this filtered. So in USD JPY, we entered, like, let me check the current like maximum exposure. on my strategy. So here in strategy settings, my maximum exposure is 0.25. I think I went more on my server, right? I think this is just the testing, but let me confirm for the. No, I think I went more, but so in total, we are long 34 JPYs, right? So 34 JPYs, so 34 times 160. So we are like $5,000 long, like the position size is roughly $5,000. So we're $5,000 long on XYZ JPY, equivalent short on MT5. So here you can see my USD JPY position, which is short. And so this is a current floating PNL, right? And so what you can see here is like we made $1.63 in funding, which is great. So this position, if I close it now, we would already be in profit, and we already exited some of the trades, right? So we also see that we have a profit both on Hyperliquid and MT5. So the total realized P&L is plus 5.2. We paid 1.71 in commission. The funding rate sort of like paid for the commission. Of course, we also pay swap MT5. So swap on MT5 is the daily funding on MT5 that you pay, and the total P&L is plus 4.6. So yeah, this is the quick update on my USD JPY trade. So another question, is your current strategy stat arb? If so, how did you choose which pairs to trade? So my current strategy is just, well, like in that traditional sense, stat arb like is using two correlated assets, right? And like trying to find the relation between two correlated assets, but in this case we're trading like the same underlying asset on Hyperliquid MT5. It's just a different product type. So on Hyperliquid we trade perpetual futures, right? And perps, basically, let's just call them perps. They reflect the price of some underlying, which can be SP500, USD JPY, and MT5. They're CFDs, right? Contracts for difference also reflect the underlying price. So basically they should be priced the same, but they have different mechanisms and funding rates to like fulfill that task. So they try to achieve the same thing. They try to provide exposure on the underlying assets, but the mechanisms are different, right? So perps, they're exchange traded, so you need like a counter participant. CFDs are over the counter, so you trade against your broker, so you trade against the prices of your broker. And so this is like just a normal arbitrage for the same underlying asset. And how do I choose which pairs to trade? I do it based on like manual screening of funding rates. So for example, if funding rates are high or low, I can like spot very like good opportunities at the current moment. Or if I want to have like a consistent strategy that trades on a daily basis, I can just run backtests on various symbols and see, what symbol pairs provide the best return, right? So backtesting is a big part of, finding profit strategies. So these are the two approaches that I use currently, and we're also going to use where is it? Like we wanted to build like a dashboard or a monitoring system that can list all these like simple pairs and then share the results, to provide the best opportunities at this current time. Do you put a hard stop loss in your position? No, I don't put any stop loss in my position because I know that as long as I'm holding the trade, I should be making money on the funding rates. So I always have an edge when holding the position. So only time I would exit the position is like when my position is approaching liquidation. So uh, so here's my liquidation price, right? So when, for example, Hyperliquid, when Bitcoin goes up here, I have a short Bitcoin position. So if Bitcoin jumps up to 194,000, of course, almost impossible, it will then force a liquidation. So my strategy tries to exit the trade before that happens. And in that case, it could cause a small loss. So because we're trying, to hold the arbitrage, right? Because we know we're buying at a good price on both exchanges, so at a relatively good price. What it means is that as long as I hold a position, I should be making money, and so for that reason, I don't use hard stop losses. So What are the largest spreads you saw between Hyperliquid and instrument data? What instruments? It depends. I think there was a time when the spread on gold, that was crazy. The spread on gold, XAUSD, or it's called gold, was above 20 or 30, right? So I caught like a spread of 30 on gold, and I went 100 contracts, which at that time was like worth almost $500,000 in position size. So I went like 100 contracts, right? Sorry, 100, and the spread was 30, so I shorted at 30. Actually, that's more. I made 5,000 that day. It was one of my biggest gold trades like at that time. So the spread must have been 50, which is crazy to imagine, right? How can the spread between gold on Hyperliquid MT5 be 50? But it's what happened. So I was like 100 contracts entered at 50. So I know I made 5,000 on that day. So the spread must have been 50, or my position size was slightly bigger, maybe 125, 150. So let's just say between 30 and 50 roughly. So which is quite a lot. And like on crude oil, it was quite crazy, right? When the war happened in Iran with the US. Uh, so crude oil was very crazy. And again, we'd have to look at some backtests, and look at the results ourselves. Question, can XYZ 100 act as a substitute for SP 500? Like how many points do we need spread to be in profit? The thing with XYZ, like it is possible, but XYZ has a slight different pricing compared to the US tech. So if you read the documentation on XYZ 100, which tracks 100 companies, but with a different like weight and distribution, it is sort of the same compared to US tech, but it's not exactly the same. So here we would be like applying something more like a statistical arbitrage, where we know that the pricing might be slightly off, but you can still apply the arbitrage. But in order to compute the fair value or the fair relative value between these assets, the approach would be a little bit different. And like when we go discuss crude oil, right, which has also slightly different pricing, XYZ 100 and so on, I would then work on backtesting, like use a different approach for a backtest, right? So right now we're focusing on assets that are exactly one-to-one, which is quite easy to arbitrage as a beginner. And then if you want to step into more advanced arbitrage strategies, then we can like include crude oil, XYZ 100, or even other assets. Okay, so now let's go back to, yeah, so let me just delete. So when the task is migrated, I can just delete it. I was talking about like I want to create like a 1K account, right? So right now we have two accounts that I'm sharing publicly with everyone, right? I'm sharing the 100K account and now almost a 12K account. I always call it 10K, but it's crazy. We started with 10 and something K, but now we're almost approaching 12K. So let's call it the 12K account soon, right? So now with the 101K and almost a 12K account, I wanted to add like an extra 1K account where we're going to trade very aggressively, right? So I mentioned that if you don't have much money as a trader, right? And most people, when they start with trading, they have like a few $100s or just like a few $1,000s, but most people don't have more than 10K or like 100K that I trade here, right? So part of me teaching guys how to make money with arbitrage is also to teach you how I would manage a 1,000 account compared to a 100K account, because there is a big difference. You can make 1K very fast, just by going 1 month to your just by working like a few months, right, and save it up. But you can't save out 100,000. This is something you build up over time, and by like saving up years and years, right? So the 1K account is like good to get started very fast. Try to get a very good return in the beginning, and then as you build your capital over time, right, as you like reach the 10K mark or even more, then we would want to trade more conservatively, right? But I will sort of show an example how I'm going to trade sort of like I mean it's a bad word to say, like a gambling degenerate, right, where I'm going to really aim for above 100% return on this 1K account because I can afford to lose it, right? I can afford to lose 1K, so why not just YOLO as much as we can, and then once we get richer, right, then slow down and trade more conservatively. So it depends on. So we're going to apply strategies that are suitable for low capital accounts because you can't trade the JP225, right? The JP225 only has like 1 million daily volume. So it's impossible for me to allocate my full capital, the 100K account, to JP225. But the 1K account, I can really maximize, that money and try to make as much money as I can because the liquidity is there for my only 1K account. So this is like trading related. So tap T to create a tag. We're going to call it trading, right? So here we're going to have trading related tasks. And for trading, what color do I want? I think yellow. Yellow is the color of greed. So we're going to be greedy with the trading tag. Okay, green, peaceful, blue, smart because it's IT, and yellow because we're greedy, and red for bugs and issues. I'm missing Fable. It was so amazing. Opus Forum is great, but Fable was next level smart. Yeah, I can't really compare because I use Fable only for one day, but I remember like when we coded our like dashboard with Fable, this one, it was like so smooth, like it was so great, and I felt like we did alerts, system monitoring, and settings within a single day, and it was like amazing to code this entire thing with Fable. So I think if I had to do it to Opus, probably I would like have a difference. When I downgraded, I sort of felt that I had to be a bit more precise and explicit with my prompts, and Fable was more like autonomous, right? Also with the design and so on. So I think I sort of see a difference, but I can't like confirm that because again, I only use it for one day. How do you derive the currency component on a commodity like in USD? Uh, can you maybe elaborate on that question? I don't like quite understand it. So on Hyperliquid, everything is coded in USD. So the currency component is always USD or USDC, right? And on MT5, if for example JB225 is coded in JPY, we would just have to apply the current exchange rate, right? So we would just convert the uh, the Hyperliquid price to MT5 by applying USD JPY exchange rate. So with the 1K count, are you going to use the same strategies or maybe new, more aggressive strategy are going to simply use more leverage? So on the 1K count, I'm going to like trade slightly differently. 100K, the 100K count is just going to be like conservative, safe. I would prefer low amount strategies, low maintenance strategies, right? And not so risky, maybe leverage 1 to 5 to 1 to 10 maximum. On the 1K count, I will trade other symbols that have low liquidity. So I could focus on like assets that, for example, if we go to like the cashier, right? We see that there are a lot of symbols that are just a few million daily volume, right? Or if we go to KM, maybe we can just filter by volume, right? So generally, the lower the volume, the more inefficient the market, right? Because not many people trade it, not a lot of market makers there. The spread is larger, so we can like compete a lot with the flow. And so we can like really focus on these low liquidity assets. And with 1K, that's very easy. So we're going to use higher leverage and more aggressive strategies on lower liquidity assets, which will, or I hope will, have much better return than the live. And of course, I can confirm because I haven't done this yet. So this is just my own speculation that if I were to trade the 1K account, I would assume that this 1K account will have better performance than the testing account and the main account. And so this is just an example that even though you have less money, right? You don't have to trade the same strategies like the large account here. You can try to find your own niche and try to find your own environment where you can excel even with low amount of capital. And so what I'm trying to teach you is like, okay, for me, like it's absurd to say, right? But if I make 30 to 50% on this main account, that's amazing, right? I would make 30 to 50K per year on a 100K account, which is a lot of money. But for someone who has a 1K account and makes 30%, that's $300. And what they're, you know, what they can say is like, yeah, $300 is nice. I can buy a new TV or whatever, but it doesn't sound that attractive on a low account. And that's why I understand that people who start like small have like this big struggle to, make meaningful amount of money. And what does that lead to? It leads to them looking for alternatives or like applying some gambling behavior, right? That's why they go to props, like prop trading firms, because they offer like much higher payout for the buck. They use high leverage, right? So actually, like this gambling type behavior is like counterproductive. But if you learn a strategy like responsibly and know what you're doing, then I believe that on a 1K account you can achieve really great results. So on one hand, I'm like against beginners and newbies to trade high leverage. But if they really grasp the system and know what they're doing, it's the best thing they can do to gamble a lot because you can always replenish that account next month. In most cases, what I'm saying is like most traders, they just lose their money 1 month, deposit next month, lose it again, deposit again, lose it again, right? Then they start with props, they buy challenge once, 2 times, 3 times per week, right? And just keep gambling their money away. And like I want to first work on the foundation, make sure that you're able to make money with normal strategies or normal leverage or normal like risk settings. And then as you learn how to work with strategies, then you have like a green light to like yeah, trade a large capital. There's a saying, I know, don't eat more than you can chew. Yeah, something like that. I think yeah, it's something like that. Can you use Linux UPS to run this bot? Well, right now MT5 is running only on Windows, so unfortunately Linux is not possible at the moment. But I'm working on some alternatives like brokers who provide like fixed API or WebSocket, so you can trade CFDs through WebSocket. So, but I think that is a project that I'm going to start maybe in a few weeks or months, right? I'm still like busy with this current sheet here, and but yeah, this is definitely like going to be scheduled also. So any idea when you're going to trade this 1K account? Let me, yeah, let me set up or let me migrate all those tasks. Then I'll prioritize those tasks, and then I will probably reply to you within an hour once I have migrated everything. That's why we're doing the migration, so I can structure tasks more, because as you can see, I have a lot of things to do, right? I have to trade, I have to live stream, I have to then also code and do these tasks. So I don't know myself yet, but I know that eventually it will be done. It's just a matter of time. uh, so this is a screener, right? So this is the arbitrage screener. No, this is not the arbitrage screener. This is the arbitrage screener plus control panel. So we will have like a screener, right, that can analyze current market opportunities, and then it will also have the option to start our trading bots remotely from a web application, for example, and we can control capital allocation, stuff like that. This is like going to be like at the end when like most of our work is done, and this is like the cherry on top when we know that all our strategies have been backtested, they work, the bots don't crash. So this is like probably the last project that I'm going to work on Hyperliquid before I would then migrate to other DEXs or other projects. All right, I have this task, when there's an exposure discrepancy for longer than 5 minutes, when I change, close a position. Actually, I decided that, I mean, it makes sense, but I don't like it that much because usually the issues arise from bad strategy settings or like trading sessions on the broker side. I think whenever like critical issues arise like that, it's better to create an alert system to inform the trader, and the trader can like close a position himself, right? I don't want to provide too much automation because too much automation can also cause more issues, right? So things that shouldn't happen very frequently, so when the bot crashes, there's an internet disconnection, these issues happen maybe a few times per year, let's say, or like a few times per month. And if it becomes a big issue, then I would rather focus on fixing the underlying issue than trying to patch up due to some error that happened due to our like bad coding in the first place. So rather than patching a mistake, it should report a mistake, fix it manually, and then work on the like reason why that happened, and then apply like a logic and training bot to avoid these issues. So sorry to like throw away your like idea, because I kind of like liked it, because of course it makes sense. If you have a training bot that can like solve all your problems, you would code it. But rather than solving problems, I want to create a training bot that never makes any mistake in the first place. And by having these patches, there is a higher chance that the training bot will fix itself, but it will never like fix the underlying issue, right? So then one day you might wake up with a training bot trying to like self-heal or self-fix itself until something bad might happen in the future. Checklist for installing and setting up the training bot. Guides. Let's do pink one for guides. Pink is not red. Pink, salmon. It's actually salmon. Salmon's a nice color. And then here we have app requests, right? Which is like IT, margin calculators, some backtesters. Right. So yeah, so now we just have these apps, right? So here this will go into IT. So the last task will be app margin calculator, right? Then we have another app which is the arbitrage calculator, which checks for commissions and see how much spread we have to make. And it's a big one. This is like I'm going to release an app, right? Like this is going to be something that like I'm going to do members, because right now, like to access the dashboard, you have to install a virtual private server or on your own PC. I'm working on a big project which will be called Arbitrage Lab, that like you can access from the public URL, and then all these calculators, margin calculators, and real-time signals for arbitrages will be available to you. So just go to this app and you will find all of the things there. So yeah, so all these apps that we're going to code, you don't have to install on your own PC, but yeah, this will be like a publicly hosted app with everything that you need for arbitrage trading, right? So when we'll do some backtesting or like look at the historical spread, right, you will have access to this. It will include backtesters, right, and funding rate tables, and compare the pricing with other DEXs or MT5s. So this is going to be like another like big product that I want to ship out to my members without them having to install it on their own PC. So they will have like a simple dashboard that they can like run with all the like essential functionalities. But when it comes to research, analysis, and backtesting, we're going to create this app that will be publicly available to you. Okay, 1 second. I need to get more water. All right, so now I think I have migrated all the tasks. And so now let's just, describe them, label them, and prioritize what we have to do. So again, let's go back to some of the comments. Does the concept of low liquidity translate to more inefficient markets also hold out in like trying arbitrage? Is it like rule of markets? Yes. So usually when the liquidity is low, right? Like also think like in terms of being a market maker. Like you enter into a trade, and for you it's also more difficult to exit, right? So as a market maker, you hold risk on your book. That's like more difficult to than like exit. So you need to quote a larger spread to at least make it more efficient, right? Or like more profitable. And also the same thing for the market taker, right? So the market taker, like you shouldn't trade like illiquid markets, right? That's a rule as a retail. So if I see that, like let's go to Hyperliquid and look at like very illiquid markets, right? So here I will go to, for example, I'll go to cash. Actually, let's go to TradFi FX. Look at this, GBP USD has 75,000 daily volume. It's almost nothing. And so these market makers have already like created this order book, but not much like active is going on here. And so the spread is also like quite large, it's 0.2%, which is like really huge on Forex. So here the top of book is also very thin. And the reason why it's also inefficient is like, let's say you have a take profit or a stop loss, right? Or limit order. And like you as a retail client, you don't update your take profit. So your take profit will become stale. And stale means that, for example, the current real market price might deviate from the price that is visible in Hyperliquid. So there are a lot of factors why the market is inefficient. And so basically, yeah, the less participants there are, the less competition you basically have, right? So you just need to look out for these opportunities. And because they're also like the size of the opportunity is low, right? Because the liquidity is low, the size of the orders is lower, then the amount of money you can make is also lower. So probably the reason why you don't have much competition is because there is not much to fight for, right? But if you have 1K account, and for you making $20, $30 per day on an arbitrage is a big breakthrough, like it's a huge deal, then you should go for it, right? And you don't need to, fight with the big market makers on SP 500 or arbitrage traders, right? If you go to indices and trade SP 500, the volume is like 280 million. You don't need to fight with other participants here. So trading is a lot about also about visualizing who are you fighting against, right? It's not like a fight, right? But trading is actually a fight. You are trying to make money while the other person loses money, right? That's what trading is about. Like if you make money, someone on the other side loses. And so if you understand your competition, what type of people there are, and who you're fighting against, then I think you have higher chances of succeeding in arbitrage or trading in general if you focus on low liquidity assets where the competition is much lower, right? And so that's what you should focus on if you have, let's say, like 1K or a few $1,000s, because you will not find, I know, JP Morgan trading USD JPY USDC, which has 1.6 million, right? You won't. You will find the big banks, trading on traditional markets, right? Directly on the stock exchange, on the futures exchange, on the commodity exchange, and maybe on these like larger, more liquid crypto assets. But also like most of these institutions right now are, for example, in Binance, right? Or Kraken, or like these centralized exchanges that might also have like more volume, right? So so as a rule of thumb, less liquidity, higher chance to make money. So in MT5, there's a comment in MT5, you see risk is mentioned as USD exposure and commodity base. So on MT5, if you look at exposure, yeah, this is just some like overview of risk. It shows you exposure by each currency. And like, I don't really care, right? Because I just, care about the exposure symbol by symbol, and I just monitor P&L. So the currency risk here, like, yes, there is some currency risk, but in the long term, right, it doesn't matter, right? Because sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and small currency deviations can make a profit or loss, but in the long term, you're going to probably make money with the arbitrage. The currency rate will be almost negligible. But don't get me wrong, currencies sometimes have a very big impact on your P&L. So there are instances where the exchange rate can really mess up your profits. But like for this type of arbitrage, I wouldn't really worry about it. But yeah, so here when you're basically trading JP225 against MT5, you are sort of building a USD JPY exchange rate arbitrage, right? So you can speculate on the currency exchange rate by hedging JP225 on Hyperliquid and MT5. But this is like such an advanced like topic, and I think that the edge on this type of strategy wouldn't be like that significant, right? I think you could make money on it, but it's compared to just trading the JP225 USD against MT5, you will probably make more money than on the exchange rate itself. But great thinking, right? This is the way you should think. Like, is it able to arbitrage this because there's a currency difference? And the answer is yes, because you're building a currency position by hedging these two assets. So the USD JPY exchange rate has an impact. So to actually correctly hedge the position, you would have to create a triangular hedge, right? So now that we talk about topics, so that's what just came to my mind. If you actually wanted to complete the hedge, so if you go, let me write down here. So if you buy JP225 on Hyperliquid, what you do is you are long the index, right? So you are long the index, and you are also long USD, right? Short USD, because you buy the index for USD, so you're shorting USD because it's JP225 against the USDC, right? And just in simple terms is USD. If you sell JP225 on MT5, you are short the index and you are long yen, right? You're long JPY because you sell something for the yen. And so as a result, if you look, if you see like these things here, right? You are long JPY, and then you are, let's do long with green. You are long JPY, and then you are short USD. You create a currency exchange rate position, which is a short USD JPY, right? So as a result of these two positions, you are short USD JPY, which is your exposure. So creates a currency exposure. And so in order to hedge that currency exposure, what you need to do is you need to also long USD JPY, based on this amount, let's say on MT5, right? To fully hedge the position. So that's how I'm doing that. No, how you would do that if you wanted to fully hedge the position. So, but we don't do that, right? I don't do it right now. And so what I do instead is I just accept the currency exposure, right? So whenever USD goes up or down, I accept the exposure. But what I do is I recalculate the hedge based on USD JPY rate every hour, right? So every hour I look at the new USD JPY rate. I look at the relationship between those two, and then if USD JPY goes up, which means the value of the JPY index would go up, then I would have to open more of the short index to counteract this hedge. But then again, like I'm exposed to a currency hedge or the currency exposure. So yeah. So to be fully correct, to fully hedge a currency, you would need to open another like currency position. So yeah, great question, but it's like a bit advanced, and like to make the arbitrage simpler, I just decided, or I didn't think myself, right? I knew that there was this currency exposure that I have to deal with, but I didn't want to, add USD JPY as an extra hedge. Instead, I was thinking, okay, it's easier to just recalculate based on USD JPY and run the arbitrage while having, you know, this currency exposure. Well, but yeah, our JP12 strategy is like very active right now. Like it's, oh no, it's the one daily chart. Never mind. It's been active almost every day. So, so yeah, here we have a few sells. We're trying to buy. Here on our server, yeah, we can see some buys now. I'm getting rate limited. It's interesting. Maybe I need to check some of my dashboards that are creating rate limits. Uh, yeah, we still need to deal with the rate limit issue. And this goes into bugs and errors. Okay. Hello, I'm new to the channel, please. Seems to be full of knowledge. What are you doing here? Data collection, beginners explanation, and arbitrage. Yeah, so what we're doing here is we're arbitraging Hyperliquid against MT5. We're looking at price discrepancies between two exchanges. And so today, the like the trading is not that active. So while the markets are, you know, very calm, we are just structuring our projects, right? We're just structuring the tasks that we're supposed to do. And like we're going to code trading bots, create analytical apps, you know, do some backtesting research on arbitrages. So today I decided, you know, to just move some of my tasks to put them in Asana. So this is a project management tool. And then we'll start, you know, just finishing task by task and see where we will get today. And so if you're interested in the strategy, right, you can just visit my website or here link how the arbitrage works, and you'll be provided like with extra information about the strategy. And like you can also like check my live trades here in the main dashboard, right? So this is all available publicly, so feel free to check that out. So so we are done. Amazing. And like cool little explanation about the GP25 hedge. I like questions like this, right? Because people, it means that you're actually thinking, and thinking is important when you try to make money. So keep thinking, guys. Okay, so it's time to structure our code now. So here, this is an IT task. No, this is an IT task. And this is also a bug. And bugs will be red. Nice. Okay, so this is still pending. This is going to be our trading tag. This is our task for today. This is an IT task. And here these are apps. So so today, like, let's try to well, this is a minor bug, right? So I don't have to like fix it right now. Today I would like add USD JPY to the public dashboard. We'll do some little bit of backtesting today. And then the 1K account, I will have to ask my partner, right? The one who has birthday today. So I'm not gonna bar him with too many tasks. So he can, you know, go home, see his wife, and, you know, enjoy his birthday. But yeah, he'll set up a trading account. So, you know, I'll just add it on top of the backlog here. So tomorrow maybe we can start trading the 1K account, which you then like find in this dashboard here. So we'll add another account. And then like we can also focus on like simple calculators like margin calculator, arbitrage calculator. But I think I'm going to maybe dedicate like one entire stream to like make a fully working app, right? So I hate jumping, you know, from apps then to backtesting then to trading, right? I prefer like doing everything at once. So ideally, like when we run these apps, I can, you know, do all of these things at the same time. Like Unify Hedge and Trading Bot will be a very important one because yeah, on our yeah, on our server, they're still running separately. So let's just get started, right? So once, like we don't have to overthink what we're going to do today. Let's just start with these two tasks, and once I have nothing to do, then we can think about what to do next, right? So just focus on what you're supposed to do now, instead of what you want to do for the entire day. Add USD JPY to the public dashboard. And it's a bit of fun, right? You have like a game basically. You have a small task, you finish it, you find a new one. So if you have ADHD, right? Structuring little tasks, simple tasks one by one is actually the most efficient way to get things done than overthinking what you should have for dinner, and it's not even like it's still 4 p.m. so you don't have to think about it yet. Is a test account a sim account? No, everything's live, right? So the test account is also a live account, so it's funded live with now $11.8 thousand. But it's called test account because there we're testing like new training bots, new code, new strategies, and then when it works, then I deploy strategies on the large one later. Channel seems to be far for the traditional quant. That's cool. You only look for forex arbitrages though. Uh, well, I'm not focusing on forex. Like we're trying to arbitrage anything basically, but I'm focusing a lot of on RWAs, which stands for like real world assets. And so we're trying to arbitrage indices, right? Also commodities like gold and silver, crude oil when we have opportunity stocks, like we did stocks also, and like also forex, right? I don't do much crypto because crypto, in my opinion, is like quite expensive to hedge with MT5. So I'm like, if you go to the TradFi section here, this is like our main domain where we're like trying to make money. Uh, it's personal money. It's not props. So the 100K is like real money. Here, look. This is MT5, and this is a live account, right? No props, no demo, real money. Okay, let's put this task here. So to add it to a public dashboard, let's open our project, which is called public dashboard. So what are we going to do? Let me quickly like explain this task. So if you check my public dashboard here and you go to home, right? And like today someone mentioned in the chat that, okay, I want to see the results on USD JPY, but it's missing here. There is no USD JPY. So what we have to do is we need to add that symbol into the public dashboard. And to do that, we have our like code here or the project here to, apply some changes. And here we have the web app where, we have the Python files for our trading app. And so we look at like dashboard, everything's here, and we have dashboard settings. So in dashboard settings, I can create another pair. So you can like review other symbols, right? So here I will just create USD JPY. And like I decided to change the convention a bit, right? So because we're going to also trade maybe some other HIP3 deployers. So we're trading with XYZ right now. I'm going to like add a prefix XYZ so you guys can also differentiate, you know, who we are trading with. So just to explain again, if you go to Hyperliquid and you go to HIP3, right, you see XYZ and you see all those trading assets deployed by XYZ. And like in the future, we trade other assets. We can trade from Felix and like these other deployers. So that's why I'm adding a prefix XYZ now. And this is going to be the new convention, right, for our dashboard. And so here we add XYZ JPY and Euro JPY. And so how this app works is like it's being hosted on DigitalOcean, so which already manages. What do you add here? Add USD JPY to the dashboard. Okay, cool. So we push that. So now DigitalOcean is yeah, I deploy my app through DigitalOcean. So when I push to my GitHub project, it will then, force another deployment. And then in a few minutes, we should then be able to see USD JPY, which I can then share when it's done. So right now there's none. And then like in a few minutes, we should be seeing USD JPY. So in the meantime, while it's deploying, I'll have a quick toilet break. So I'll be right back. So, and so then when I come back, it should probably be deployed. So yeah, be right back, guys. And all right, so we're back now, and let's see if it's been deployed. So I added USD JPY. Let's see if I actually pushed it. Yeah, everything's pushed. And yeah, let's add this. So now if I go to USD JPY here, now you guys can filter based on USD JPY. Not yet filtered though. Or maybe it takes some time. Let's see. Oh, the problem is that we have no USD JPY trade open, so that's why it's not doing any filtering. So yeah, if I do JP225, then it will get filtered. And so here USD JPY has nothing, so it's not getting filtered. So it should work. So if we open our USD JPY trade, it should be visible. Oh, I'm also on the wrong account. So if I go to test account and provide USD JPY, So let's click on that. So now we should hopefully see some filtration, hopefully. No. SP works, NVIDIA works, Apple works. It does the filtering. EURUSD works, but USD JPY. This is interesting. So maybe what's happening here is it's like displaying all the things. So maybe by adding the symbol pairs manually, that's causing some issue. So yeah, let's ask AI to help out with this issue. So here I added XYZ USD, or actually I think I might know the issue. Let me show all symbols. It's XYZ JPY. Okay, it's here. I add XYZ USD JPY to the dashboard, but when I click on it, it doesn't filter correctly. Can you investigate? Okay, so I was not able to write a single line, so now I have to pay the price, and now I have to, ask AI. The only time I write a single line of code, it doesn't work. So now I have to go back to AI and help me out. Kind of sad, right? But it's fine. As long as it works, it's gonna be okay. All right, we're still thinking. Okay, yeah. Please continue. And I think also what we should do, like while we're also improving the app, is that like if you look at the dashboard here, right, and we look at all symbols, you see that we have your USD, right, and SP500, which is available, but it doesn't make sense to filter because we have no positions open. So maybe a small improvement would also be, to only display like show drop down symbols where we have open trades currently. But actually, no, that's not good, because if we had like closed trades today, right? So for example, if I show SP500 and filter by that, maybe we have no open positions, but we still want to show the trades today, right? So even though there is no open position, we still want to check, let's open this one, the individual fills, the spread fills, and then the chart here, right? So all these things we want to actually display. And so what we see here is like when I filter by USD JPY, it somehow filters JP225. So I think here is something, uh, wrong with the logic here. So we keep all the symbols. And so what we could do, for example, drop down is we can like star favorite ones, right? I don't know if Dash can do that. Like so far, there are not that many symbols, so I don't mind. But uh, all right. Okay, so before we deploy it, let's test it locally. So I'm just gonna run the dashboard on my own PC and see if that solves the issue. So here we have JP225. We have USD JPY. Actually, we can't test that because yeah, I don't have any data right now. So I need to also uh, save data to my local host. Oh no, I don't have this installed. You know what? Let's just push it and hope that Claude has fixed it. All right, we still are not finished, so we still need to verify one thing. Oh, the producer was not restarted and has no USD JPY bundle. Okay, so we have to restart the producer. Okay. So can we rewrite the producer to include all symbols or how do we do it? So so the save data. So the issue is that save data.py, when we add the new symbols, it doesn't see the USD JPY because it doesn't send the data for USD JPY. So we will need to provide more things for that. But yeah, so all we have to do is actually just restart. So here we have my producer that's running on my server. And so this is my dashboard. This is my Discord alert bot. And this is the producer that sends it to my public dashboard. So all we have to do is, so what the bot says, go to reporting and just rerun save data. And so what this will do is it will send also data for USD JPY, and we will also have to do it for on the other server. So right now I'm still migrating the old servers, right? So that's why I'm not gonna share the old server here. So I mean the testing account, but I'm going to do that. So I'm going to assume that this is correct, and we're just going to review it tomorrow when I do it off stream, right? So this is basically done. We just review it tomorrow, and let's do it like this. Like usually I prefer, yeah, let's put it here. Oh, let's put it here, it's fine. Okay, so this task, I will assume that is done. Actually, I don't need to, do that. Just restarting the script. I think what we can do is we can try to load uh, the new symbol pairs in the producer, right? So if we go here, we have the dashboard settings with save data. So when we restart the script, right, here we have the symbol pairs, right, that are available that you can check. So somehow I need to rewrite the script where we get the dashboard settings. Uh, instead of having static symbol pairs, we're going to generate all the symbol pairs ourselves, where we just provide the files and then uh, Yeah, that's basically it. So question, if you implement code, if you follow code 100%, same person, so on, will you have the same result? Yeah, assuming that, you have the same settings, and same infrastructure and same broker. So if everything is same, you should have the same results as me, right? Because the code and technology is the same. So yeah, there shouldn't be much of a difference. So yeah, here we're trading JP225, right? So you see, we have two-sided quotes right now, which is really cool. Let's see on the server how the positions look right now. Here we also have JP225 0.4. Yeah, so here I'm trying to have a bit more like an active like entry and exit, right? So on this account, I'm like really trying to push the spread, and I'm curious to see how it will work today. So if you look at the trades today, right, on JP25. Like today, I deployed a bit more aggressive trading styles, so we have more trades, and you see that a lot of trades have happened. And so my position value right now is 30,000, which is not too much, but it's already significant. And like I'm still trying to push it, right? So we'll see how this strategy goes, and I might like try to really like maximize the profits on JP25. This is going to be like a very interesting asset. So while SP500 is not doing anything, yeah, this is like my go-to strategy right now. Plus USD JPY. I think USD JPY is also like kind of good. So we can also deploy something on USD JPY. Like you can see, like here we have sells, some buys, some sells, some buys. It's like pretty good. Then we had a lot of buys and a lot of sells. So I think USD JPY is also like sort of good for like consistent daily trades, right? And like this is what I like to see. So sometimes you get big profits like on Monday, and then you have like consistent everyday trades, which at least guarantee that you're going to make something. Like there's a question, guys, right? Would you rather make 1 million like right now or earn $100 every day for the rest of your life? Right? This is like that type of question. Do I want to like apply a strategy that makes like really high like big profits once in a while, or would I like prefer having a strategy that makes constant profits day by day? And so overall, I think the best answer is to have both, because I think those big opportunities that come once in a while, they like make you like super rich for a short period, but then you want the sense of security and stability that like this type of strategy provides, where you have like more frequent frequent trades, right? So I think ideally you want like a mix of both strategies. A million today or $100 every day? No, a million now or $100 every day for the rest of your life? I would probably take the million because then I can invest it and then like yeah, try to make money every day with trading. So probably I will take the million, then make $100 every day for the rest of my life. Oh yeah, also man. What do you think if you implement spread calculation from data candle close candle on XMIS to bid ask close changes? Um, yeah, great question. So right now I think what I'm uh I forgot that we have to do some tasks, right? So what we're going to do is like we need to do some backtesting, right? So I don't use close candle data because if you use close candles, you're applying analysis on a data sample that is in the future. So ideally use open prices for your backtesting, and yeah, like we can like use that, right, to analyze that. But today what I'm going to focus on is actually like now let's go to backtesting, right, and let's try to like describe the task what we're going to do. So today for the next 1 or 2 hours we're going to focus on like trying to test a Bollinger Band strategy, uh, then get some results, and then also like how to get good data. Every good backtest starts with good data, right? So here, what we're going to do first is like task number one. Let me zoom in so you can see better. So task number one, maybe too much. Task number one is to uh, like think about like data sources, right? And simulate the historical price plus spread, right? So every good backtest starts with good and reliable data. And then step number 2, we're going to then run a mean reversion backtest using z-score and just look at the results, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to run a parameter optimization. Uh, and then the fourth would be like maybe applying some walk forward analysis, right? WFA. So basically, we are just taking a certain snapshot in the history, recalculating the new optimum values, and then we trade, you know, another like segment. Then we again apply some optimum values. So we're going to apply a walk forward analysis, and then step number 5 is then like choose a backtest, right? And run it live, right? We're going to run it live on our testing account. So this is like the process that I want to, you know, start today. So we're going to first start with data source, then run the mean reversion test, run some parameter optimization, apply walk forward analysis, and then like forward test in a live environment. So this is like the plan for today. And yeah, so let's just focus on it. Maybe we'll like continue tomorrow. And so by the end of the week, we also want to create a trading bot that trades according to z-score analysis, right? So we're going to create a trading bot. Right now, the trading bot is using static entry and exit levels, right? So we're just applying a static buy and sell level for our trading strategy. If we go, well, we can close this one because we already uploaded the code. Here. So we're just applying static buy and exit levels. And so now instead, we're going to apply dynamic or adaptive levels using z-score analysis. The question is, where do you get data for backtest? And my answer is, I don't know yet. That's why I'm at step number 1. I can get the data from Hyperliquid MT5, but I only have 1-minute snapshots. And so what I want to do this time is like I want to create a much more accurate backtest, right? Because 1-minute snapshots, if you look at them, is good for like roughly estimating where to buy and sell. But now that we're dealing with Bollingers, you know, and adaptive levels, and like I would prefer something with 1 second precision. And so on my Discord server, a few members have provided some nice reference where we can like try to get the good data. And I think let me see. I'm just looking for a message on Discord where we're discussing the arbitrages where the people get the data from. I think it's global chat. Here it is. Hydromancer XYZ, right? So MT5 provides tick data. So tick data is like every price update of the bid and ask historically. So I can extract that. We don't need like a long history, right? For me, I think if I get the last 30 days, that's enough for backtesting, because backtesting is not about like simulating how much money you have made over the past 10 years, right? It's more about testing your strategy on a live data sample and seeing if it basically works, right? Because it's very difficult to predict past performance and apply it on like future result. That's why they always say, like in disclaimers, like if you made 100% last year, it's not a guarantee you're gonna make 100% this year. But it's more like you know, having like the guarantee that this like bot works, right? So it's not a prediction of results. It's more like just having the peace of mind that your strategy like works on historical data and that you can just deploy it in the live environment if you feel comfortable doing that. So MT5 has tick data. Like backtesting is like a very big topic, right? I used to backtest like 10 years back, right? Oh yeah, I made like a very good uh like very good backtests, right? But then I realized that overfitting backtests with opt-in parameters wasn't like the right call, right? Because then you learn that if you over optimize everything in the backtesting, you will never get like consistent results. So it's more about like when I backtest, I like to use more like the current state of the market, right? Which means like applying like some strategy parameters based on the current market situation, like for the current day or the current week or the current month. But you shouldn't like use the last 5 years, right, to then like design your like backtest parameters. I think that that is like the wrong approach. It's more like being able to adapt to varying market conditions and using like the like current market state to define the strategy levels. But maybe someone else can tell me like this approach is wrong. But in my opinion, like this is like what like works for me, right? There is no right or wrong trading as long as you make money, right? But maybe there are, if you make more money than me, then probably you are more right than me. So that's the only way to actually yeah, say what's better or wrong. So I'm going through Hydromancer. I've never started. So uh, let's just look at what they have. So the most granular Hyperliquid historical data. So already the title here is exactly what I need. Uh, the free for the Hyperliquid archive. 1 second open, high, low, close. That's amazing. So we can use like 1 second snapshots, all trades, liquidations, and so on. So like we can do very advanced things, right? But what I need is just 1 second snapshots. Backfilled to August 2025. That is also good. And also order books. Oh, and I can also do per wallet historical data. So I can just extract, create a monitoring system using Hydromancer instead of like my own, just for like internal reporting. So that's also cool. The official Hyperliquid API is great starting point. Okay, S3 uploads. So I never worked with S3 buckets or like Amazon like hosted technologies. So for me that will be something new, but you always learn something, right? So today I will probably learn how to learn, yeah, work with Amazon S3 uh, stuff. Early stage. I mean, some of the pricing is free, right? You pay for usage, but here you have also some other things. I have to check exactly what the plans are for, and like how would build with the stuff. But also, for me, building an app for $300 a month is not too bad, right? Especially because I can build it with a community and share with you. I think I also have to look at the licenses, right? I also have to check like if I can build apps for you guys and like share, various spread data, do, arbitrage analysis between MT5 and Hyperliquid. So if I can, for example, yeah, if I can, for example, build like an app for 300 or 1,200 per month and I can share it with the community, then I have like no problem paying that for you guys, right? Because then everyone gets, some value from the project and not just me. And like for me, if I like to start 300 per month just to have the OHLC snapshots, that's also like pretty good. So first, let's look at HIP3 here. And then I'm going to like consult with Claude to see, what I can do. $300 per month, 500K tokens, test APIs, 10 order book streams, and all right. So let me discuss with Claude, and I also do. I want to create backtests, or I want to analyze historical spreads between Hyperliquid and MT5. I am considering using Hydromancer XYZ. Do their solutions meet the criteria? So first let's ask if like the solution they provide can actually be used. I'm planning to compute 1 second BBO snapshots to run my back tests. So let's see. Okay, allow. Of course, we can also like run the like snapshots ourselves, right? But that would like require our own infrastructure, our own scripts. And the thing is, if we want to create like a signal bot, right? So in the future, if I'm going to like run Z-score analysis, Bollinger Bands, and provide like indicators, I can create like this web app, and my training bot can communicate with this web app to like use this reliable data. So you guys don't have to like compute the things individually. So we can have like a central system that will compute the signals and indicators and provide reliable signals for everyone if you want to, you know, compute the correct entry and exit levels based on the Bollinger Bands. So this is also something that I'm going to work on. So this could be like part of our new Arbitrage lab app that we're going to use. So yeah, creating like a backtesting framework and like real-time spread analysis and like a real-time spread monitor for all the members is like a good step up, right? Because right now the trading bot is trading, right? It basically, the only thing that makes it more profitable is like us providing it the correct like entry and exit levels, right? And like small like performance optimizations can be done, you know, like make it a bit faster, right? Or trade more aggressively, things like that. But the main thing that can make us more profitable is just being able to spot profitable arbitrage opportunities. So I think this thing here is going to be the backbone or the data backbone for our project. Okay, need true history backfill. You must backtest over past window with reconstruct fills plus 1 minute L2 and our source. Start recording Higher-timeframe X from now on, no backfill. Lawrence asks, have you launched a two-side trading bot to test or launch automatic Z-score? Yeah, right now it's trading. I think right now it's doing pretty well. So here on this account, it's like trading quite well. We're having a lot of buys and like no issues so far. So I think like at the end of today, I will probably upload the code, and if you want, you can test it out yourself. But with caution, right? Like every time I publish something new, I'm always a bit scared, especially because the two-sided bot, you know, that can go buy and sell at the same time had slightly, you know, is slightly different from the trading bot. It needed, you know, to rework a logic internally, so it still requires some testing. Yeah. Hyperliquid has Oracle and mark price. Which one do you use? So the Oracle is like the fair price, right? So which is used for funding rates, and the mark price is like the current, like the price used for liquidation. So to compute the like fair market price, I would use the Oracle. Okay, so here you would have to reconstruct by using the historical fills. So basically, whenever you place a trade, a fill, right, you are basically filled at the best bid offer and then like the approximate price. So I think there's some heavy work. Uh, Interesting. Because I think the OHLC of the candles are 1 second snapshots. So I'll probably ask Claude, uh, are 1 second snapshots here. Trades, liquidation, TWAP, Reciprocal can be used to construct hyperliquid historical prices. The thing is, the candles, they reflect the fills, I think, not the best bid offer. So here, uh, but yeah, here's 1 minute snapshot of the order book. But I think doing a 1 minute backtest should probably be fine, but 1 second would be like ideal for me, right? To really have like high quality analysis. Or how about that? Let's start with like 1 minute, because the approach is the same. Like if we use like 1 minute or 1 second snapshots, then we can like do 1 minute of the order book snapshots. And then if you want higher quality data, we can always try to upgrade, right? So first let's like just just start a backtest. We'll have something to work with, and then we can improve the quality by maybe reconstructing to 1 second snapshots, or maybe looking at different data feed providers. So I will do with the 1 minute. Can we proceed with the 1 minute snapshot? Uh, so what do we test on? Maybe we can test on like SP 500. I want to test it on XYZ SP 500. Okay, so now I need to check how to connect uh, to AWS, right, and to extract data. So apparently I have to pay for the traffic, uh, and I've never like worked with Amazon before, so yeah, we'll also like try to work on that. And so let's just like wait until Claude finishes, and then we can like start, uh, working on like backtesting in our backtester folder. Well, I was considering like maybe like we can keep Hyperliquid arbitrage, right, to be more centered around like trading and signal processing, right, and like writing the exchange connectors, and then we can have like a separate like project we're more focused like on the research and backtesting part, right? Because we're going to also research and backtest on other dexes and other projects. So I was thinking, yeah, maybe a different, yeah, like a research and backtest environment now makes sense here. But I'm going to like proceed today, like here in this analysis section, so we can like have something to start with, and then I'll think about like a new format and structure for a new project where we can run our backtests, right? Maybe it can be like a cloud-hosted application, like Datalore, but I feel like just downloading like a new project like here on in our PyCharm ID is more than enough. All right. And we got a sell also. Very interesting. Okay. Actually, our position is getting quite big on JP225 on a large account. Our position value is right now like 50,000 USDC, which is quite a lot now, I must say. And like if we look at the fill, like let's look at the fill of JP225 right now. Uh, so as long as we get good fills, right? Here we have buys, so we have buys like uh, below zero, which is good. And we need sells like roughly, like we're exiting at zero, right? So here we have exit at zero, but we're still buying sort of below zero, which like shows us that it's most likely like all profitable. So yeah, this is great. And so like if we exit, like our average entry price is minus 32, which is also great, right? So if we exit at zero, uh, how much will we make if we exit at zero? We'll make like $20. It's 0.7 times 30, right? 0.7 times 30 is how much? $21, right? Like not too much, still good. If I make $30, yeah, whatever. We can like still like try to increase the position size and so on. And like this has been only running like maybe like 30% of today, right? So you can see that we haven't been trading much since morning, right? So because I didn't enable trading bot since then, so we had like, yeah, 8 hours or 10 hours where we didn't trade. So it can like enter and re-enter and so on. So all of it is probably fine. Plus I also have to check the funding rates. Like we made $13 in funding rates, which is also like extra like money for us. So another question, is there a reason why you prefer MT5 instead of hedging using other DEX or SEX? Uh, well, MT5 is very cheap in terms of spread, right? So for intraday trading, MT5 is one of the cheapest providers. When you trade like think about taker orders, right? When you place a taker order on like any exchange, they're more expensive. So overall, MT5 uh, ranks like for me currently as the cheapest platform to submit the taker order at the moment, at least for RWAs. So that's why. And they also reflect the current like real market price, right? If you trade on other DEX, you still trade a perp, so the pricing on that asset like might still differ, right? But like that's just for now, right? That's just for now, and like once we get to other dexes in the future, we can try to create a trading bot that arbitrages dex and a dex against another dex. And like with sexes, I hate the KYC process or KYB because I have two trading companies, right? I have two companies and they all trade, and like it takes weeks, if not months, to get approved by these centralized exchanges. So I prefer just to send money to a wallet and trade on the DEX. Usually it's harder to get a fill, so which one is better, like executing max size if I small account at once or divide it in smaller parts, like executing? Well, if you're starting small, splitting it in small parts will increase consistency, right? Because you're less exposed to slippages. Because if you place everything at the same time, you might get slipped, and then like your individual trade setup might not be as profitable. So I like the consistency in splitting the order size. But then the trade-off is that you might not get filled as quickly, right? So it's speed versus consistency. And so like just try something out, maybe split your order size into 2 or 3 chunks, and then you'll see, right? But personally, I like hate like providing the full order size on top of book because maybe my quote gets stale, then I get arbitraged, and so keeping your order size small also allows you to having more reliable like entries and exits. Nice. So here we're trying to exit again. So we're quoting our sell, close long. And yeah, so, oh, it's a USD JPY. Here's the JP25. Yeah, we see some trades here. And here we see, yeah, we're entering long here. See that? Like the spread is 1, right? I'm really trying to narrow down the spread. I'm like really making this market super efficient, right? This thing here is me, and suddenly all the other orders are following behind me. It's almost like I set the price and other market participants follow me, right? Because a few days ago, the spread on JP225 was, I'm saying it like over 100, sometimes over 200. And because we're making this market more efficient, suddenly JP25 seems to be much nicer in terms of spread. The spread is 1. So I love it. So we did something great for the Hyperliquid exchange on JP225. So from now on, as long as I'm trading this asset, I will make sure that if there's any pricing issue on this, I will make the spread just 1 and not 100. And so if someone from Hyperliquid is watching me, they will know that it's me, right? This is me setting the spread to 1. And we can like check the historical spreads, right? We can check, what the spread was historically. And then when I start trading, you will see, how my order size is actually affecting the market. And this is what the exchanges want you to do if you're a market maker or liquidity provider or an arbitrage trader. The exchanges want you to make sure that the pricing on their exchange is efficient with deep liquidity. So other traders who see this like, wow, spread JP225 is 1, let me trade it. This is good now, right? So this is what we're doing. And by increasing efficiency, we are sort of also like arbitraging or like lowering the edge, right? Because some other traders who, for example, were like, oh wow, we can afford to quote a spread of 120 JP25 and people still trade it. Cool. So I destroy the market for the other market makers basically, and now they can be angry at me at the same time. But that's what competition is about, right? As a market maker, you're competing for better pricing, and I just decided to set the spread to 1 just for fun. And instead of making $100 a day, I made like how much? I just made $8 right now on this type of arbitrage. So when you start trading like this, right, you'll actually see that you have an influence market. The market is like a live being, right? When you trade like on large exchanges or like on CFDs, you buy, sell, you buy, sell. You never see the order book. You never see what's going on in the background. But then on Hyperliquid, when you see things like this, you actually improve the spread. You actually improve the price, and that that concept is like very, how would I say, not intuitive to traders because they always assume that okay, it's priced like this, I can buy like this, but they never sort of influence the market. We are literally influencing the market right now, right? Also a thing why backtesting is difficult if you trade like this, because something, if the spread was large in the backtest and we trade like this and suddenly the spread is 1, then suddenly your backtest doesn't make any sense because again, you influence the price. So have you experienced positive spread when entering both exchanges, but the funding rate is negative? No, like right now my strategies are made such that we're always in the right direction of the funding rate, right? And then we exit before the funding rate can flip against us. And so another question, how do you deal with inventory and unhedged exposure risk for your market making strategy? So currently, I don't leave unhedged exposure. I always hedge it with MT5. So to answer the question, I deal with it by actually hedging all the time. And so if you were a market maker, had inventory risk, you would need to, offset your exposure, for example, through MT5 here, right? Probably not MT5, but you would always try to find an event in your exchange where you can offset that risk. But in our case, all we're doing here is always having like hedged exposure. So we never like take on like a directional risk in the market. But you know what, guys? I'm actually going to create a new project. So just because I'm going to create a new project anyway, so why delay and be lazy? So we're going to create a fresh new project, right? So we're going to a new project, and this project create a Git repository. We're going to call it directly. We can start a new project. We're going to call it Arbitrage Lab, right? Where we're going to do backtesting, arbitrage analysis. Like for now, this project is going to be public, right? I don't want to, like this is going to be one of my new products. It's going to be like an analytical tool for my members. So I don't want to, share the code of this app, but probably I should actually also create a different one, which we will call backtesting. So research and backtesting, let's create a research and backtesting project, right? Where we do that. So for Arbitrage Lab, I will do it later. This will be for members, right? So this I will then share with people on Discord, and you can like, yeah, play with it and like try to find good backtests. And like, actually, I got all the information I need. So let's just prompt Claude in this new project, and let's start here. So here we can create new backtests. Then so here we're going to prompt again. I want to calculate the historical spread between Hyperliquid and MT5. I want to use Hydromancer. If I close it again, let me copy the link. This one. Can you write a script that can export historical BBO from Hyperliquid and MT5 and calculate the spread, question mark. So we're going to do this. Okay, let's continue. Okay, keep going. $13 today. Ooh, many buys. A lot of buys here. Which means people want to sell it, right? Okay. XYZ SP 500. Execute arbitrage spread. Hyperliquid bid maker versus MT5 bid and Hyperliquid ask maker versus MT5 ask. Thirty days is enough. So let's do like a 30-day backtest, and yeah, let's try to do that. Okay, it seems like that maybe we don't have to pay anything. Like our history for past 30 days uh, will not cost us anything, so that's nice. Just funny message, guys. Let's keep going. I'm going to send the live stream to my friends. And I told my friends I'm live streaming, but I feel like today they've never seen me on on live. Yeah, because they're all busy with their own lives, right? So I didn't want to bother them. But today I feel like they can come and say hello, and yeah, that's basically it. Yes, let's continue. Okay, this one is thinking quite a long time. It's interesting. So now question, does reducing spread on JP25 mean we'll get better fill on arbitrage position? Well, how to define better fill, right? Because better fill is always relative to the price that you set. So on JP225, if I look at my strategy settings, right? So here we go to my strategy settings. You see that I'm buying at -25 and selling at 25 and I exit at 0. So you don't get better fills, but you have a higher chance of getting filled because you are competing for a better price. So what you're actually doing is like you're competing for a better price, which then should imply that your volume will be higher, and with higher volume, yeah, more volume, more money, right? So it's always like quantity over quality. In this case, I'm playing for quantity. So if I get like higher volume JP25, because it's a matter of time until it gets arbitrage anyways, right? So if more market makers come to market, I will just, be like, oh, I'm not gonna like set a spread of 100, just set a spread of 25. Now I'm gonna be like first in the race, and then like if other people want to compete, then I can do 20, then I can do 15, and then as people notice that JP25 will have a very tight spread, it will also attract more market participants, which then like again incentivizes more market makers, and over time there's a chance that this asset will become more popular, right? And it's always like a balance between market makers and market takers. So if there are too many market makers and not enough takers, then the profit is too low, right? So it doesn't make sense competing for peanuts. And then if the market is very popular, a lot of market takers, so what it means is that the market takers would appreciate better trading conditions, lower spreads, deeper liquidity, and so on. So that will again attract market makers. So it's just a balance between like these two forces, right? Every market needs takers and makers, and so finding the right balance or imbalance in this case is the key to finding profit opportunities. And like in this case, I think JP225 needs better liquidity, which we are trying to provide right now. So yeah, no, I meant this is for market maker, but I was talking about MT5 spread arbitrage. Well, our strategy is already including the spread on MT5, right? So when we compute a bid and ask spread, you are so MT5 it will not improve. If the MT5 spread is lower, it will not improve your fill, but it will give you the option to enter at a better price if you set the pricing so, right? So for example, let's check the strategy settings. And for example, if on MT5 the spread is much lower, like 50 cents low, right? Instead of -4, you can try to enter at -4.5, right? Because because then the chance that the bid and ask spread is going to be 4.5 is actually higher. So either you either leave the things the settings the way they are, or you just increase the spread for the trading bot, which will then give you better price fills. Okay, so here we have this new file, and let's like proceed with backtesting. No, okay, it's not done yet. And now let's like try to run it, and hopefully we'll have the historical data set for the past 30 days to run our backtest. Okay, so all this during the session, no worries. Okay, I will need to configure my AWS credentials because I don't have any. So let's see. Oh, I see that we might have closed our trade profit. I have to double check. Nice, we're $46 in profit today. That's amazing. Uh, Pretty nice. So didn't see. So yeah, if this trade closes, we might, have a very good exit. Like probably maybe today we might be like plus 100, maybe 150 if things go well. But yeah, this is like what I'm saying. Like we have a very, very active strategy. Oh no, we're getting rate limited again. I need to screenshot this and see why we are getting rate limited. Actually, I installed Claude on this PC or on this RDP, so I can like do debugging on this server itself. I am getting rate limited on Hyperliquid. Can you check if trading bot or dashboard are spamming the Hyperliquid API? Okay, so I can like do debugging on the server, right? Like I'm not gonna apply the like fix. It's more like for debugging, and then like when Claude is able to spot the issues, I can then like create a prompt, ask Claude to create a prompt to, deal with that. Uh, yeah, in my like main repository here. So okay, so here we have a script file that can extract the historical spread, and let's just run it. And we have no credentials, so here. So here I have no credentials. I think I have to create AWS credentials. Never done that, so we'll do some signups and hopefully that will help us out. Allow reading from Hyper Arbitrage session. Yes, no worries. Yes, no problem. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so be right back. And yeah, let's continue. All right, so we're back, and yeah, let's continue. We have comment. Hello, Dark Knight. Today's stream is taking long. Love it. Yeah, I guess like it just depends on my mood and energy levels, right? So some days I'm a bit more tired, so I might cut it for. And sometimes I like feeling it, right? So we can like keep going, and like it's not like I hate doing the work. Like I love doing this, right? I love making money. I like I like trading, so it's something I would have done anyways. Uh, but it like depends on my like energy levels, right? Like sometimes I feel like should I like push 5 hours? Maybe it would be like fine, to take like a 1 hour nap or like go for lunch and then like come back after an hour. Like I guess this is also fine, right? So I think there are like many ways to like yeah, structure the streams in such a way that I don't burn out too fast, because after 5 or 6 hours sitting and coding, obviously one gets tired, right? So there are other ways to do it basically. Okay, so creating the AWS account, you add the email. All right. So I'm gonna create the AWS account now, and I'm gonna do it off screen. Uh, so I just don't want to accidentally leak some of my credentials. And then once that user is done, and then I will, use my AWS account to then do this stuff. Okay, choose account plan. So yeah, I'm just going to show you, what I see here right now. So we're creating our AWS account to connect to Hydromancer to request historical data from Hyperliquid. I'm gonna choose the free plan, right? I still have like free credits, and then like we can, if we need something, we can like move to other things like the paid plan. So I'm gonna use a paid plan, provide my company details to register. Oh, now they want my credit card details. So definitely I have to do it off screen. I heard a scam that sometimes you can read my credit card details from my own glasses from a reflection. So I'm gonna be very careful with that too. It's crazy what scammers do, or the the extent of things scammer would do to actually scam you. All right, so All right. So card details have been added. My user is being created. And okay. So now finally my AWS account has been created. So yeah, it took a little bit of time. So let's just wait, and then hopefully once I add my account credentials here, I can then do it. Amazing. So now my AWS is ready. I think here I can like show you what it looks like, right? It's like looks something like this, right? So here you can, just see your credits, see all your services. So I guess I just have to, enter my user credentials or something like that, connect it to my AWS account, and then I can start, yeah, streaming data from Hydromancer, which will then, retrieve the data from Hyperliquid. So now I just need to find out how to create the credentials, and like also I'm going to you know create a Claude.md file so I can provide Claude with the exact details about this project, and also I will tell Claude to be very careful with the credentials here, right? So here what I'm going to also add is like a credentials folder, right? And so here in credentials I can create something like a .env file or like a credential file. I'm going to create like .env. I think I'm like used to creating .env files now. Of course, this I'm going to add to git ignore. So I'm going to add the git ignore file, and here we have the claude.md. So here, so in Claude MD, please add that I am sharing this project on Livestream, and that I don't want any credential files like in to be leaked. Do not print any sensitive data out. Any modifications in credentials must be done manually. So we're just adding like extra like restrictions. So Claude does not like access credentials with the .env. We will, for example, add our AWS credentials, and yeah, this is just a small security measure. So I'm adding that. So yeah, recently I've started, also working a bit, trying to be more efficient with like Claude.md to provide, the specifics. So I told Claude, to provide, some initial, yeah, data, and it doesn't have to be that complicated, right? Just to provide context what this project is about, and I think that's the main thing. The AWS is to prevent being rate limited by Hyperliquid. No, we are extracting historical data that are limited on Hyperliquid side. So to compute more accurate backtests, we need to, yeah, we need to do that. All right, so I'll investigate later with the rate limits, right? Wow, we already reached like one entire contract with buys on JP225, which is like really good. And I'm thinking like we could like theoretically even push it more, right? So here this strategy has been like trading quite a lot. And like here in strategy settings, right? If I open strategy settings uh, for this trading bot, what we can do is like let me just increase the maximum exposure to 2, right? We can easily manage like even 2.5 because the margin here utilizes 15K on leverage 1 to 5. So in theory, I could go like 2.5, right? So let's really like try to maximize as much as we can because today SP500 has not been trading a lot. So the best way, to actually like push, like optimize the profits is just, yeah, trade JP225 as much as we can because there, oh no, and it crashed here. Like, yes, I fixed a crash already, right? I deployed the new strategy on my testing account. I haven't deployed the new version on my large account. So today after the stream, I will deploy the newest version. So the crash that you see here actually has been resolved yesterday, but it's still being like tested on the small account because usually I just take my time or wait before I try to deploy something new. So right, so 2.5 JPY, that's gonna be like a lot, right? Because 2.5 times 73K is going to be like almost, yeah, quite a lot. That's going to be a very big position size, and that will already make a very, very big difference in our P&L, I would say. So great. So here, uh, our trading bot is running, and let's just, yeah, let it trade. Is there a signal though? I think there should be a signal. Yeah, now it's starting to trade. What data do you need from Hyperliquid S3? I'm right now using the best bid offer snapshots for the 1 minute chart, right? And then once that works, I will try to reconstruct the historical fills and then construct like the 1 second best bid offer snapshots. So yeah, that's my current plan. And it looks like, yeah, I need to set the credentials now. So yeah, never display. Can you write a template how the .env should look for AWS? Okay, so this is our .env example. So here we have to uh, yeah, have the access key ID, the secret access key, and the default region. So I will copy it here and then I will add these values. Yeah, once I have generated them from my AWS dashboard. So here, yeah, I have Yeah, I need to like go through AWS because I've never worked with it, and I need to create the credentials. Maybe I will ask Claude where I find it in the AWS. I need to create these values for my project. Where can I find create these in AWS portal? So here I'm just, asking Claude where I can do that, and now I'm going to try, you know, so there's like account ID, it's access key ID, secret access key, and the region. Oh, here I can create an application. Still thinking. So let's try to create an application. And here, yeah, this app will be called, yeah, something like okay, we have to go to access keys. So write access keys. I am manage access to AWS resources. Yes, I am. Then I have to set my user. So we click on IAM users. All right, we have to create a user. Okay, created a user now. And then I have to set up the user. Create access key. Local code. Wow, doing this like, deployment DevOps AWS stuff is actually like it doesn't sound complicated, but as a beginner, like going through like yeah, AWS or like even Google Cloud and things like that is already always a pain for me. But at least I can yeah use Claude to help me out. So now I'm going to like write the stuff here in my IDE. So So I'm going to do it off screen. Okay, so the .env has been set up. And I think now we can like try to, let me check that I haven't leaked anything. Okay, here a question. Good morning, afternoon. Can you briefly make sense of what you're arbitraging? Well, here we're arbitraging Hyperliquid assets, RWAs, with MT5. So I'm just looking at price discrepancies between these two exchanges. And so whenever I find, for example, JP225, which is the Japanese index, if it's like under overvalued, I will like sell here and then buy at the same time MT5. And like then once the price difference is even out, I should then make a profit. And like I have a quick strategy description. So here, if you want to learn more about strategy in detail and also look at my like live trading profits, you can like check out this dashboard here. So yeah, feel free to browse through this app. And if you have any questions, let me know. I mean, yeah, so currently like I have free credits on AWS, so in theory it shouldn't be such a problem if my like credentials get leaked, right? I can always like change my API user if something happens. But yeah, I'm just trying to show good common habits, how to, keep your stuff secure, right? So keep your stuff secure. All right, so here in credentials, like carefully, like here's the .env file, right? And here the .env file, I have to make sure that Claude doesn't accidentally leak my credentials. I had an issue where Claude actually printed out my Hyperliquid private keys. Luckily not on Livestream, but it did happen. So ever since then, I had to be very careful. And like I learned, like a friend told me that I should like work on my Claude.md, make sure not to leak any credentials, and specified it into the MD file. So yeah, I've tried to apply like a lot of measures to keep my account safe. So like, and so should you, right? We're dealing with crypto again. Like AWS credentials are not that bad, but if it's like crypto and trading credentials, I would like especially try to, be safe when it comes to that. Nice. A lot of trades happening here again. Very good funding rates. Still getting the buys. Like it's incredible, right? So if you think about it, like the volume on JP225 has only been 1 million, right? Out of which I'm $73,000 today, right? So I'm almost going to reach like 10% of the daily volume on this asset myself. So I think it's not bad. Okay, so I think it's safe now to like share my ADE. Yeah, I'm usually always like a little bit paranoid when it comes to sharing some of the files. So now, yeah, Claude is like creating test files to like try to connect to AWS, and probably there are some issues. So I have to double check if it's correct. Maybe should have prepared the AWS like before the stream so we have everything ready. But yeah, that's part of the struggle when you like try new technologies. But once it's done, you don't have to like deal with things anymore. So oh yeah, it's correct actually. It was just looking at the like wrong AWS credential file. I created this .env here, so yeah, we're going to use that one. Okay, so here, so first I have to tell Claude to redirect like getting the credentials from this folder here. Oh, whoops. I said read credentials.end file. Oh, beautiful. So I almost leaked the credential file myself. But thanks to Claude.md, right? I said don't read it, so it actually prevented me from uh uh what I meant is that when running the files, they should take the credentials from and not the other one with .aws. Hello, Banana. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. So let's see how train's going. Yeah, we're slowly like opening our positions on JP225. Yeah, the only way we could get liquidated, and that would be quite a catastrophe, would be if like JP25 dropped by 20%, which is like leverage 1 to 5, which would be kind of bad. But yeah, 20% is quite a lot, so I think we're like safe within the 1 to 5 leverage. 1 to 10, potentially to happen in the history, like when the stock market drops 10%, doesn't happen like every day. It's like very unique events, right? These are like big flash crashes, right? Or like really, really like bad events. And I think Hyperliquid also has like some mechanisms to prevent, you know, the price moving too much into direction. So the mark price, if we check the mark price, um, yeah, this is the like price cost, you know, to prevent liquidation. And also like if price goes against us, there's a high chance we're also going to make money on the other side in the other account, right? Today I made my first profitable bot. I created with friction model, ran Monte Carlo, and still made 100% in Ethereum. I want to know because it only works in Ethereum 1 hour and 4 frame, which is curve fitted. Well, congrats. Like, if you made a profit, congrats. I'm very happy for you. But I think this question is like to, like, I don't know too much about your strategy to provide any like proper answer, if it's, you know, correct or not. So I can't like yeah, say too much what is correct or wrong here. But anyways, good job and like keep it up, right? Okay, so I need to verify that the key is active. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to check my access key. Okay, maybe I should have like uh let's rerun the access check and hopefully that will work. So the way I see is like maybe if we get the AWS to work today, that would be a success. Maybe we might be able to run a simple backtest, and like if we finish that today, I will be very happy because then tomorrow we can like fully commit to just backtesting without setting up AWS. I'm using Oanda MT5. Does it work the same? Well, it should. Of course, some CFD pricing may differ, across brokers. So it's always like good to verify the pricing also with Hyperliquid, but it should work. But I think Oanda like has a bit of like expensive spreads, right? So I'm not sure. Like maybe if you provide me with a demo account from Oanda, I can say for sure if they provide good trading conditions or not, and also good spreads and swaps. So, but yeah, usually like using any MT5 broker is fine. Like we have a thread on Discord, like we're trying to do a broker analysis. Let me show. We have like an open. Where is it? Ah, here it is. So we have like a forum with CFD brokers, right? So here, together, one of the members suggested we run an analysis on various MT5 brokers, right? So like Dukas Copy, Blackbull, Swissquote, and so on. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take all the data from all MT5 brokers. We're going to run a spread and swap analysis, and we're going to rank all the CFD brokers, based on the best spreads and the best swaps. So we're sort of doing like a broker review, and we're going to run, we can also run this analysis on Oanda. So what we will need for this project is like have a list of logins, the passwords and the server names, right? We would put it into a Python script. It will run like analysis through all these MT5 platforms because our Python can connect to MT5 and run the analysis, and then it can compare which broker is the best for this specific symbol, for example. So yeah, feel free to join or provide your Oanda demo account credentials, and I'll happily run an analysis on Oanda. But yeah, last time I checked, they were quite expensive, but people or brokers change over time, so maybe that's not the case. So I don't want to, provide any bad rep to a broker I haven't used, right, for a long time. So yeah, it's better to just look at the facts and data to confirm whether they're good or not. Okay, the IAM user doesn't have S3 read permission. So here we have to go to the AWS console and add the S3 read policy to the IAM user. So here we go, IAM users. So when we get to the broker review, right, I will just ask members because I don't have accounts with all the brokers on this planet. So this is like a way you can like also help me out that if you have a broker you're registered with, if you just download a demo account or provide like a investor account, right, which means we can trade on that account, but we can like read from that account. Then we can like create like this app that can compare the pricing and everything from various brokers. And I think it's going to be like a very useful one because you always want to find the cheapest broker because cheapest broker means you save the most money. Okay, so let's check how to add the permissions. So here so we're adding permissions, and And we want to add Amazon S3 read-only access. Okay, I've added the permission. And it's done, so let's try again. All right, man. Enjoy your birthday. Bye-bye. Okay, seems like something's working. So hopefully, yeah, we'll get the data soon, and then we can start our, first backtest using Hydromancer. Oh yeah, we're opening more trades. This is beautiful. I mean, the position size is getting quite significant on JP25, right? We're already like almost 100,000 in position value, which is actually quite a lot. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's continue. Okay, it looks like something's happening. Beautiful. Well, it took us quite some time, but okay. So now Claude can like try to run some, example analysis, and then like we can proceed with working with this file here. So yeah, finally, yeah. That was a bit stressful, I'm always a bit stressed when I try things, that are new, like not coding related, right? But like setting up the AWS was like quite a pain because you just don't know where to navigate. You don't even know how that infrastructure works, right? But actually, it wasn't too bad. If you think about it, it just took us like 1 hour to set up the AWS credentials and then get the data. And next time I'll just know and the user's basically done. Still going long. I mean, if you look at this, like USA 500 USDT has also like very good funding rates, right? I realized that USA 500 has slightly different pricing from IC Trading US 500. There is a small difference, but if you like apply an analysis based on the mark price, right? You compare the mark price against the real market price. I mean the Oracle price, then You can also run a strategy against USA 500 USDT, which has like almost 4 to 5 times more volume than JP25, and that would also be like very profitable. So, so guys, if you're looking like for trading signals, right now I'm giving a trading signal, trading USA 500 USDT right now, yeah, would give you quite a good return. Okay, so if I run this, so let me add this to Git, so I can also continue working from home. And so if I write or run this, and so here we have some outputs, and here we have a CSV file and a PNG file. So okay, let's zoom in a little bit. And yeah, that looks like quite interesting, right? So here we see the historical spread between XYZ SP500 and MT5 SP500. And these are like the buy and sell spread. So this actually yeah, looks quite interesting. I feel like this arbitrage spread looks a bit weird. I need to check the calculation, but or actually it does make sense. Yeah, it's actually good. It means you can like yeah, buy for cheap. Yeah, buy Hyperliquid 75 and buy, oh, it's inverse. So buy Hyperliquid 75. So I want to provide a chart that's buy Hyperliquid 75 and sell Hyperliquid buy MT5. So like these two are like coupled next to each other. So overall, like this spread chart looks very good. And I do remember it, like we've been trading for the past 3 weeks, so it is very familiar to me. And so I think we can use this to run our arbitrage. So yeah, so now we can like try to apply some strategy, right? And so yeah, so before we go today, like maybe we can code for like half an hour or 1 hour to finalize the backtest, and that will be like the foundation for tomorrow. So we'll continue working with this data, and it looks kind of like good and accurate, right, for the past 4 weeks, because right now when I query Hyperliquid data, I only get for the past 5 days. So having this is like for me much nicer actually. And then in the future I can like rewrite the script so my dashboards don't have to use don't have to use like the direct data from Hyperliquid. We can create like like an app that will like query that from Hydromancer, provide it to everyone in the community, and then we can run our own backtesting software and like analysis through some web app. So this is amazing. Yeah. So here we have a comment. Can we create calculate calc margin for Hyperliquid MT5? Yes, of course. So I have already like added this into the tasks, right? So once we are done with the string bot and Zex score, right? Once we finish that, we can then move to creating some apps again, right? Such as Arbitrage Lab, the calculator, margin calculator. I have that written down, and yeah, you're not forgotten. We will do that eventually. Okay, so here I will provide Claude with a screenshot. So instead of by Hyperliquid sell MT5 and by MT5 sell Hyperliquid, can you create a chart that is by Hyperliquid sell MT5 and sell Hyperliquid by MT5? So I'm going to like reverse like these two in this like screenshot below here, right? So I want to buy and sell Hyperliquid so I can see the bid and ask prices coupled with Hyperliquid being always first. And yeah, here we have the top of book spread, so this is like pretty good. Hi, help me figure out the margin issue. If Hyper has 10x leverage, should the broker also have 10x leverage? Like, in my opinion, it's like better to use high leverage on the MT5 broker, right? Because then you will have even more buffer before liquidation. So if Hyperliquid leverage is has 10x leverage, so if you have like MT5 broker that has like 1 to 20, that's completely okay, or in 1 to 30. So high leverage is usually good. Too much leverage can cause liquidation, but the bottleneck of the liquidation is the one with the lowest leverage. So if Hyperliquid has lower leverage, the 10x is the bottleneck with the liquidation price. So I would always like set MT5 to have higher leverage than Hyperliquid, as long as your capital is evenly distributed. Oh, that reminds me, we have to add to dashboard. Whoops. Rebalancing. So right now, like, yeah, you just reminded me with the rebalancing, right? So if you look at the dashboard and we look at this account, like here you see, how much money we have on both accounts. And right now, they are sort of evenly distributed, right? 50 and 51. But if, for example, one account runs slow, it means that we need to, withdraw on the account that has more money and put it into the other one. So we can create like yeah, like a widget or something that will display, if we're running low on one account, and then we could like see, oh, you should rebalance now. And then you can like set up some settings, like if the account is like, distribution is 30 and 70, right? Then it will like trigger an alert that you should probably start rebalancing. Okay, so if I run this again, probably, yeah. Can you create a Jupyter notebook where I can enter my own symbol inputs and run the comparison myself? So I want to like create a Jupyter notebook now. So Claude will create a Jupyter notebook for me, and then I will run the analysis myself on the various symbols. All right, so yes, proceed. Okay, the question is actioning. All right, it's still working, so let's just wait, and then we will see. But yeah, I like the 1 minute snapshots. They're kind of good. Like I said, I wanted 1 second ones ideally, but that would take like extra work. So for now, let's run the backtest on 1 minute charts, I think 1 minute should like good enough to give us a rough idea, you know, about the historical performance. I'm on timer, guys, now. I got Coca-Cola, and usually I get hard sugar crash after I eat something or drink something sweet. So I'm on like a 60 to 90-minute timer before I experience some sugar crash. So we need to finish it before I will go to bed. But I think we're gonna manage. Is it done? It's still working somehow. Oh yeah, it needs to install Jupyter and stuff like that. So let's continue. Okay, let's proceed. Yes, add requirements.txt. So here we need to install our Python dependencies, and then we will start Jupyter Notebook, and then we can start running our backtest. So question, has USD JPY done debugging? Can we start trading it, and with what settings? Yeah, so USD JPY has like the same setting, like has the same string logic like SP500 so on. Only JP225 has the two-sided quotes. And so I think it's ready to be deployed. So after this live stream, I will upload the code, and then in the evening I will put it on Discord and on my website so you guys can try it out later. So here, let's add this to Git. Let's install the dependencies. So here, to install dependencies, we're going to write pip install our requirements.txt. Doesn't work here. Let's try the command prompt. Oh, because we need to, we need to install in our virtual environment. So pip install our requirements.txt. requirements.txt. All right, so everything has been installed. We have our PyCharm app, the Spread Explorer, which can explore the spread from AWS. So now what we can do is, yeah, here we have SP500. We're running this, beautiful, and okay, I already see some things I would like to change. So let's go back here. I want to display I think this is kind of wrong, right? The spread, like if we buy, actually, Yeah, it's correct actually, right? So this is the buy spread and the sell spread. This is, yeah, this is correct actually. So this is fine. I want to use Plotly Express for the graphs. So I use Plotly, right? Because I work with Dash, and Dash can like host Plotly charts. So let me just change the yeah charting framework that we're going to use to use Plotly charts. Well, it works. So if you look at the current trades or examples on USD JPY, you can see some trades on my account. So, well, actually, we closed the trades already, maybe. Let's check. So here on our test account, right, we traded USD JPY. Hopefully that's been has been added. No, it has not. But if you look at all the trades, yeah, because I need to restart the scripts on the test server. But here we have XYZ JPY. We have some trades, and like once they show up here, it probably should be fine. Let me actually turn on my current dashboard. That is probably the best thing I can do. So here, let me open the recent project. So here, Hyperliquid Arbitrage. Let's open this recent project. Open our dashboard. So here in dashboard, yeah, let's run this. Start our dashboard and like try to display the USD JPY, which should be here. So let's see if we get some data. So here we made $6, right? We didn't like open very huge sizes, but here you can see like how we like bought here and then sold around this level, and like in total it made 6.66 dollars today, which is great. And so the strategy settings are already included in these strategy folders. So if you want to test it out, all you have to do is go to XYZ USD JPY, and you will find the strategy settings here, right? Where you will find the limit price buy and limit price sell. They are not backtested though. These are just some discretionary values that I've added. So like I can't guarantee that like these are the optimal settings, but at least they made money today, so they sort of should work if you want to try it out. Oh, and JP12 is increasing right now, so that's cool. Okay, so everything's going quite well. Yeah, let's go back to backtesting. So yeah, I told Claude to now use Plotly charts instead. So let's use Plotly here. Let's continue. And let's proceed. Yes. Okay, so now the Plotly chart should be ready very, very soon. And then we can try to rerun the screen. We can like try to run the backtest on multiple symbols, right? So then we can try JP25, USD JPY, and so on. So now we need to update requirements.txt because we also needed to add Plotly. So yeah, we're also going to like reinstall our requirements. Claude already did it for us. I feel like, oh, that's interesting. So Claude created the virtual environment for us, which is amazing. And so here, if I run Spread Explorer, so here we go to git add, right? So we're adding the git explorer here. Uh, let's now like run this entire script. Hello, Thomas. Good afternoon. I'm doing great. So today, yeah, we finally are, trying to do some backtesting with Hydromancer. We've discussed this in Discord, how to get quality data. So today, for the first time, I, created my first AWS account, and so now I'm testing, the data from Hydromancer, and we have like, 1 minute snapshots for the past 30 days, or like almost 5 weeks, which is like amazing. And so now I'm going to proceed like with some Bollinger backtesting, right? Try some various symbols, and that's it basically. And I also like decided to structure my code with Asana. So here I moved from a Google Docs file to now like try to structure my code. So today, this is my to-do list. I'm trying to do like these two tasks for today. Amazing announcement last night. I ran it for the last 2 months. Okay, amazing that there is someone with the same hobby like me. So at least we can share the same issues that we encounter. But so far the data looks very good, right? Like the data looks very familiar. But I think like a 1 minute like snapshot is like okay for backtesting, right? I don't need like exact precision, but maybe for real-time signal processing, I would then create a script that like saves 1 second snapshots, and that can be used for like real-time, Bollinger or indicator calculation that we're going to use with our trading strategy. So this is fine. And so like, yeah, let's now try to like run a backtest on the spread. And I think like we can use the bid prices for a spread calculation, or we can use bid and ask. Now let's keep it simple. Let's use the bid prices. So here, can you create let's do Bollingers. You can like visualize them better. So let's create a Bollinger Band strategy in Spread Explorer and run a backtest on a historical spread. Also, please add a commission input so we can compute the P&L with the commission inclusive. So yeah, so now we're just going to run a very simple backtest, apply it on this historical spread here, and here we have like much more data, like compared to my previous project. If you look at it, when we were backtesting, we had to do like 5 minute or 15-minute snapshots, and here with the new backtest, right, we don't have that much data here. So with the new backtest, we have like much more to work with. Like, of course, we don't need like extreme amounts of data for backtesting, but like 1 month is actually more than enough to give you a rough idea, how your strategy will perform. Just note if running from spreads past the months, profit is way more because spreads were more due to not being on Hyperliquid. Yeah, like of course that can always happen. I feel like last week was like almost like extreme. If you look at the pricing, right? Last week was like super profitable. Like it went like down to -11, then spiked up at 12. Now we're down again at -6. Here we are like have super high spike. Even like this is 20, right? Look at that. Here the price difference is 20, and now we're sort of like it's been very calm, right? And we didn't have many many signals. So I was like thinking like we should probably just maybe reduce the entry at like 3, right? So sell at 3. Before it was 4, so we got a few trades, but I think if we short at 3, uh, we'll get like more trades, or even like short at like 2.5 even, it should be okay. So, when the volatility is low, then I think we should, enter like have a more tighter entry, and when volatility is high, then we should like customize that. But that's what the Bollinger is about, right? The Bollinger takes the current like volatility computed based on standard deviation, and that will help us having a more adaptive system uh, you know in regards to the current market volatility. Yeah, so now Claude is computing stuff. So hopefully it will be done soon, and then I can go home at 7, go back just a bit, and then in the evening I can upload the code, check some comments on Discord, and have a good night's sleep. Maybe play 1 or 2 games of League of Legends and then go to sleep. We'll see. Okay. I'm really bad at CS. I don't have the. I'm too relaxed when I play CS. Like I don't. What do how say? I don't have the urge to shoot someone. Like like the urge to like shoot someone and win. Right. I'm more of like a chill person who just likes to relax and have fun when playing games. And like playing CS is kind of too stressful for me. Right. Also. Like if you play mobile, like you have like this bird's eye view, so you have all the information right in front of you. And CS is also a lot about like having like the understanding of where the enemy might be. You need to have like also like spatial thinking, what's going on. And I don't have that. I don't have that. I prefer like playing games where I like see everything and have all the information in one place rather than, flicking the mouse left and right. I'm actually relaxingly. I'm super relaxed. People would call me a troll. If you play a game with me, you'll figure out that I'm the most chill guy on the team, which can be a bad thing, right? Because everyone's taking a game seriously, and then when we're losing, all I'm saying is like, "Relax, bro. We got this," or like, "It's okay, man. We got this." And someone wants to surrender, I'm like, "All right, man. Just sit down, go farm in the lane, and like, I got this, right?" Uh, it's actually a trigger. I realize when you're stressed and you really try, to win, me saying that would be very triggering. But yeah, that's the way I am. Yeah, just wait till CS starts matching with Chinese. It's game over. Because there are games, right, where you have to like really focus and like in CS you like really need to focus, right? Like any millisecond counts and makes a difference whether you shoot first or not. And I feel like in games like MOBA or like strategy games, you have more freedom to think about like the macro, the strategy, rather than the like the micro or technical execution. So yeah, I like to take my time with things usually. Okay, this is done. So let's try to refresh this. We have our initial backtest ready. Moved to Asia for 6 months, played over there. It was insane. I couldn't understand a word, and they were all cracked in 2,500. Yeah, I have a friend who works at FTMO. Yeah, he was actually directly after me, and then he took over when I left. So he's actually, working my job now, essentially. Uh, he was like in the Czech national team, I think. So he told me stories, you know, how I was in the national team and it was like really good. We had like you know, company team buildings where we were playing CS, you know, with other like yeah, company employees. And he literally carried us. He was just like, follow me. He is rushing into a site 1v5. He killed everybody. And then like, guys, I got a site. I can plant a bomb now. And then I realized, oh, everyone's dead. So yeah, that was a story, you know, how he carried us during company parties. Okay, so here we see the entries and exits. I would make like these icons a little bit bigger so I can see it, but here you can see how the Bollinger Band is applied, right? So here we create Bollinger. The entries are like at the spikes. What I would do is like I would like make these entries at the band and not the spikes, because the spikes can like be just some, you know, pricing short-term discrepancy that is not real. So I usually just like to test at the Bollinger Band. Yeah, that's right. You think you're useful in the game, you're planting a bomb, and then your guy tells you, oh, everyone's gone already. Thank you for service. Okay, so I will add some modifications. So can you make the entry and exit icons a little bit bigger on the chart? Also, I want to simulate the entry and exit price based on the band and not on the current data point. So we're going to do, you know, some minor changes because yeah, this is a way how to, you know, create a profitable backtest which might not reflect reality. So, you know, getting filled at this level here, right, is not realistic at all, because simply this might just be a small price spike. Liquidity might also be low. There is no guarantee that you will get filled. So I would rather change the backtest to reflect the band. So we're going to like do a fill based on the band. And I'm also going to apply some price smoothing, right? So as I said, the price might not be accurate. So what I like to use is like I will create a moving average of the prices, which will reflect the, you know, the historical spread more accurately. So we're intentionally making a worse backtest, but then if the backtest is still profitable with intentionally like making worse results, then at least you can be happy with the live results, because then the live results might be better than the actual backtest. And that's how I like to like approach this issue. Have a worse backtest, better results. A good backtest with bad results is usually more disappointing. Uh, You also need to consider minimum spread points, like to even enter in trade or not if band is lower. Yeah, I will also add that. So like usually I would say something like, if the spread is below zero, then I don't want you to sell, right? Or if the spread is above zero, why would you buy when the spread is above, you know, zero? So I will add like minimum filters or requirements to enter and exit. So at least we enter and exit at reasonable prices, right? So the Bollinger Band is the first signal, and then we also have a filter where we, you know, allow or not allow the trading bots to enter. So we're going adding like two rules or two checks to make sure that we get good pricing. So you're asking if I was an actual trader. I was actually, let me show you a nice picture. I was actually one of the starting employees there. I'm employee number 6. See how young I am there. Yeah, I was in charge. Like in the beginning, I was doing customer support and dealing with traders. Then I moved to IT and risk management, right? And I managed the MT5s for them. So yeah, that is me. So it was a lot of fun while it lasted. Of course, you have a choice, right? You have a choice to stay at the top of the corporate ladder but never reach the peak, or yeah, or you can sit like me here now in live stream for everybody and trying to build something yourself. Of course, the money was crazy, right? Like if you work for a company like FTMO, you can imagine how high the salaries were. But yeah, I just felt like I want to do something else. Probably the thing you see right now. Okay, so here we can try, let's try our new dashboard. I mean, the notebook. So yeah, we're restarting everything. And so now we're going to, trade the Bollinger based on the band. And we're going to apply some new filters. Also, you're funded by Timo, so good luck. Don't tell them that you know me. That will be very bad. Okay, so this is kind of weird. Because this is the entry, right? But the entry here should be like an arrow down, which should like signal a sell, if that makes sense. So, uh, probably it like tries to, consider as a sell, but because it's arrow up, I think we should add an arrow down. For sell entry, can you, use arrow down with a red color? Also for exits, I want you to separate into buy exit and sell exit, again with arrow icons. So you see, how the strategy is trying to exit at the middle of the band, right? So usually when you like run a Bollinger strategy, the usual thing that they teach you is that like just exit at a mean. So when the price deviates away from mean, that's like a good way to enter, and then you exit at the average. Of course, we still need to do, check like the period, and number of deviations for his backtest. But yeah, so for now, let's just still work on the little things, and then we'll proceed to adding the filters, like the thresholds where it can buy and sell, and then we'll run some optimizations later. Okay, let's proceed. And somehow the backtest shows like yeah, doesn't show good results. So we have to like check why we're like losing money here. Probably because we added, some commission that is too high. So we'll have to check that where we find the commission. So here's the Bollinger Band window. This is number of deviations, which is 2, and exit is at 0, and commission per side is 2. So maybe that's the reason why we're losing money, because the commission is too high. Like on Hyperliquid, I know that the commission is like around, let's say 0.5. Like let's assume we have to deal with like commission of 1%, which includes like the maker commission on both entry and exit, and like also includes a spread on MT5, and I added, you know, some extra buffer for slippages, like in case the execution might be worse than we expect. So all right, so now that looks interesting, right? So here we have the sells, we have the buys here, and then we have the exit. Yeah, it's kind of nice because, you know, Claude, yeah, it looks all good, right? So here we have the empty exits, right? So these are the empty triangles, and we have full triangles for entries. I would like probably increase the period, right? But that depends like on the optimization, like see, you know, what we have, and and so yeah. So what I also suggested is that when we run a backtest, right? I don't like these spikes. Like these spikes sometimes like they don't exist in the real market, right? These are just temporary swings that you know, happen due to, you know, maybe some what do you call it? No, time sync issues, or because, you know, sometimes you get a tick higher than the previous tick and then you create these spikes. So how I'm going to intentionally make my backtest worse is I'm going to compute the 5-minute average on the spreads. We're going to work with averages, right? So if the 5-minute average spread crosses above our band, that is like a clear signal that most likely we would have gotten a fill. So can you apply uh, 5-window rolling mean on the spread and run the backtest on this mean? So here we're like applying like this rolling average, right? So we filter out these spikes so we can have a more accurate backtest. And then, so the last step now would be I will apply some, you know, various parameters. I will tell Claude, you know, try this period, and try this period. And I will test it all like on one standard deviation or like 1.5 standard deviations. Like there's no like specific reason why it's 1 or 1.5, because usually like yeah, if you just use any type of value Bollinger Band analysis, right, you increase the deviations when like uh, it's very difficult to like beat the commission, right? It's in many arbitrage strategies, it's very difficult to beat the cost, and so the way to battle that is like you increase the rolling window. So the standard deviation increases. Usually when you increase the window, you will have like higher deviations, or you just use like instead of 1, use 2, sometimes 2.5 standard deviations. But then, you know, you get less signals. Like the farther you are away from the mean, the less trades you will get. And so like if I run a backtest on like 1 standard deviation and I see it's profitable, that's already a good sign for me that like I can proceed with the trading strategy. So yeah, so now I applied the 5, like the average for the 5-minute window, which will now again be used for a backtest. And now we're going to check our trades, right? And then what we're going to do also is we're going to, yeah, now run some various parameters, and then we can like then check the results. So here we see the gross result, like without the cost. So it like shows profitable tendencies. But of course, because of the cost that we're paying, right, and the spread that we're paying, it is going down here. Also, one thing, we're not including funding rates, right? So funding rates also, like the thing we're arbitraging right now is also provides like funding profits. So the actual result will also be much better. Okay, let me close this. I don't need this. And okay, let's continue with the backtesting here. And yeah, I can feel the sugar crash now, so probably I will finish it within 20 minutes. All right, so here we added like a 5-minute smoothing, and now also what I want to do is Can you run the backtest using only one STD for the Bollinger? Oh, actually, I can like set it up myself, right? So I don't have to ask Claude. Like sometimes, you know, these are such easy tasks, right? So here I want to, you know, enter it one standard deviation, which for me is like kind of enough, you know, to enter and exit. So here instead, so we have like a 60-minute window, right? Oh no, now my pie chart is crashing. This is bad. Please don't crash. Oh, maybe I'm running out of memory. I don't know. I have to check. Anyways, okay, let's just close it. Hopefully the stuff has been saved. And yeah, let me close it for my task manager. Never mind. That's unlucky. So here I'm going to close my pie chart. Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Okay, pie chart and pie chart. Okay, pie chart has been closed. Hopefully we didn't lose much, but again, like with Claude, we can like easily, you know, redo the things. So again, let's turn Claude. Oh no, this is the wrong project. We want to go to where's my project? Oh no, I can't see my recent projects. This is, oh no. Oh yeah, it's here. All good, guys. All good, guys. All good. We found it. And here's our spread explorer. Did you backtest using testnet? No, I don't use testnet for backtesting because the live trades are happening on live, right? So it's better to like backtest in an actual, you know, based on live data feed. So like you can like test your strategies on a testnet account to, you know, test the logic and so on. But to get reliable results, you should always like test on live data. Okay, so this looks good. Seems like not much has been lost. And okay, so here I will ask Claude, can you run a backtest in spreadexplorer.ipanb? So here we're going to provide this path and compare the results for multiple BB window. I want to test for the values. So we have Bollinger Band 60, which is the hourly, right? We can test the 2 hourly, we can test the 3 hourly, the 4 hourly. Then I would like, you know, double it now, so it will be the 8 hourly. Then we can do the 12 hourly, which is 60 times 12. 60 times 12. My brain's 60 times 12, 600, 720. And then the 24 hourly, right? And then the 24 hourly, which is 1440. And that's all, right? So we're just testing various Bollinger Band windows. And also, I want to add filters such as never buy when spread is above like -2, and never sell when spread is below 2. Right, so we're adding like these two things. I also need to make sure that we added the smoothing, right? The rolling smoothing. Maybe that crashed. That was like my last prompt. So I will also add that. So while Claude is thinking, I'll have a quick toilet break again, and then I'll be back, and then we can finish this project. All right, so now we're back, and yes, do I want to proceed? Okay, allow all edits during this session. So we're going to run our backtest for multiple periods, and then we'll see, if we get some profitable results. So here we have like these filters, right? Don't buy or sell above or below this level. Uh, Maybe the only exception would be like if you're about to exit, but I think like this filter is like pretty good, right? So like don't sell, yeah, when price is below 2. I mean, like we can sell when price is, yeah, we have to like apply the limits for exits too. So yeah, let's add like that extra logic. Well, let's check our trades. Yeah, we're still like, yeah, adding more into JP to do 5, like a lot of buys, right? And so, yeah, so let's continue with this backtest. So all our backtests are kind of like trash right now. So we have to investigate why that is. Uh, so if you look at this notebook, right, you can see like, okay, no good, no good, no good, no good, no good, no good. Yeah, we'll have to investigate that. Oh, maybe also my commission might be too high because usually you apply the commission per side. I think the last backtest, Claude added the same thing. Where is it? Yeah, this is commission per side. So here, let's say the commission per side is, let's say 0.6 or like 0.5, right? So let's just say 0.6 per side. That's the commission. So only go long when spread is less than 2. And yeah. And then like we can exit at 0, right? Also add a filter, you know, where buy exit is only allowed when spread uh, or I ignore filters like trade filters when trying to exit the trade. So we only filter like for the entry, right? So we filter out, you know, we want to at least enter at a good price. And when you exit, like you can exit the mean, which is usually always higher than, you know, the specified price. So this filter is only applied for entry, but not for the exits. And then we can like backtest various strategies, right, to enter and exit trade. And then in theory, the exit Z score can, for example, like even also be 1, right? Because we would like in theory gain more. There's also a chance that, you know, price might like reach that level. And so yeah, so I added another thing is that yeah, we can ignore the filters for exits. And I also need to check like when before my, you know, pie chart crashed, whether the smoothing was applied. Let's just write the prompt again. Can you apply 5 min when can you apply the backtest on a 5 window on a window 5? Oh, never mind. Proceed. Window 5 min average window 5 min rolling average window. And so let's check our tasks. Okay, so this one was the biggest pain, but we managed. So yeah, we got the data source. We run a mean reversion backtest. Now we're like running different parameters. Like the walk forward analysis, we're like probably gonna ignore. Like I don't really do WFA actually. It was just like a nice thing to like mention, and then I feel like let's skip WFA for now. Let's go straight to trading, right? Like backtesting is only as good as the trading bot that you deploy, right? Because what's the point of backtesting if you don't trade? So let's get this trading bot live ASAP. So tomorrow we'll be coding a trading bot, that will then, use the Bollinger Bands, and then we'll just test it. But first we need to, try to find some profit backtests, right? And whether it outperforms the static entry and exit levels, we also need to check that. But I think, yeah, we should be fine. So immediately I sort of see that the rolling window doesn't work that well on lower like time intervals. Like we don't know why yet, right? There can be like multiple reasons, so we need to like dig deeper. Maybe the commission is too high, maybe the standard deviation is too low, uh, and like all those various things, or like the filters weren't applied correctly. So there are a lot of things that like we can investigate. Okay. How do maker rebates work? You factor that in, or yeah, I'm too far to hit the thresholds, but let me explain. So on Hyperliquid, if you click on fees, right? So, the more you trade, the less the fees, right? So in theory, like if we really like tried to, go for high volumes, the best tier I hit myself was the 25 million. So I was between 25 to 100 million. I felt like I could almost reach the 100 million, right? I was very close, but at that time I felt like I need to get like zero, right? And like I tried to ask for like at the time for some funding, or like to combine like funds together with my friends to actually reach half a billion. So my maker is 0% because once I hit maker 0%, what I'm trading right now is like applied to most of you guys, where you can trade like the strategies on small accounts. But the amount of money I could make if I was at zero, probably I wouldn't live stream because these are like it's a holy grail, right? Having zero maker fees on Hyperliquid would be a holy grail for me. And like you guys can see, right? You guys can see like my profits, right? It's on the like lowest tier, where I still pay like lots of commission, and like we're still able to make like very very good money, which is great. But if I were to have zero maker tiers somehow, you know in theory, I would need like $1 million to get there. And that's a crazy amount of money, right? I don't have $1 million like most people don't. Uh, if I were like on this level, I would probably be a millionaire by now, right? Because then I could run my arbitrage strategies like at such an efficiency where I can like arbitrage the smallest cent on Hyperliquid, on these RWAs. And like maybe I'll get there, right? Maybe I'll get there eventually. Uh, There are like other like dexes where they have zero almost by default. So on Hyperliquid, I think it favors a bit the big players, right? There is a small like yeah incentive for big players to trade there. For me to excel like at like almost high frequency trading and arbitrage trading, I would need like actually to get here. Why not sacrifice early profits and just run way lower spreads so you're break even? I tried to do that. But what was the reason at that time? The liquidity wasn't also high enough for me like to justify that at that time. because you also need a certain amount of capital, right? So with like let's say 200K, in theory, if I was running a breaking strategy, I would still be around like above the 100K mark. But at that time, I think I wouldn't be able to exceed the half a billion. So for that reason, I like sort of focus on medium-term strategies. But that's definitely a good point. Like you can try to run break even and try to get to a higher tier, and then on the higher tier you can trade even more aggressively, and then get to the next tier even faster. But getting from 5 to 25 million, okay, is doable. Then from 25 to 100 million, it's like even 4 times the amount before that. And then from 100 million to 500 million, it's 5 times the amount of the previous tier. So it's not like a linear scaling in maker tiers. You really need to like start trading volumes initially with already large capital. And I think in order to get to half a billion in volumes, I would probably need, I don't know, like half a million, maybe slightly more, if I had to think about it, right? So probably like a $500,000 in total to even try to attempt, getting to this level. And so like I was thinking like I can try it, or I can just try to focus on the things like try to optimize the return on a 100K account than rather chasing the big money, right? This was like my thought process. But maybe eventually we'll get there, right? Maybe I'll find a very good strategy that will have like very high volumes, and like if I see like my tiers getting higher eventually, then yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, and there is the rebates also, right? There's a rebate. So if you hit 0.5% of the maker volume share, then you get some rebates. And I don't know if the rebates apply just to the specific market or like in total. I'll have to ask Claude, because probably in JP225 I already might be making some minor rebates based on that logic. Are maker rebates applied for the specific uh, market that is being traded on Hyperliquid? So yeah, but for the rebates to actually have a significant impact, right? You see that still the commission like from this level is quite high, right? So for rebates to almost like break even, I think we need to reach like 100 million. So if I find a market, right, where I can get very high volumes and maybe get to like 3% and get to like 100 million, then like that would make like a lot of sense to start, yeah, to start adding liquidity to that specific market. So yeah, here we're asking Claude. Yeah, let's not forget that we have okay. So here we have the backtest. They all look bad. I don't know why. So let's investigate why that is. So here so we have the windows uh, can you display the standard deviation for each window in the backtest? So another question, is arbitrage possible to backtest on historical data or only through order book, real-time tick environment? I mean, both is possible, right? So certain data is better than others. So I think if you just want like a rough idea how the strategy would perform, then you can use historical data, 1 minute snapshots. I think that works. If you want more accurate one, then you would probably need like the best bid offer with the 1 second snapshot. Also, if you're like a market maker, right, and you have an illiquid market, there is no guarantee that you will get filled. So probably you will also need like trade data to see if there was an actual transaction taking place at your price that you would quote. And of course, there's a factor that you as a market maker also influence the price. So a lot of times it's also difficult to simulate, because by adding liquidity to some markets, you also affect the way the participants behave. But overall, yes, it's possible to backtest arbitrage trading. I wouldn't say like it's like not for me. I'm not able to create a very exact and accurate backtest. But for me, the backtest is only important enough to make sure that it sort of works, and then I always confirm in the live trading environment. So for me, the live trading is the best confirmation to see if something's profitable. A backtest more is like, let's call it like a proof of concept. Not even like the proof of concept is also the live, but if I'm able to create a profitable backtest, that's the first requirement to actually test it live. So that's what I'm trying to say. You would not trade a live strategy with a losing backtest, right? So you always need some profitable backtest and then the live testing. What's your current min top book offset on the backtest? Mine was set to 0 yesterday. Well, I don't have the top book offset here. So here we're using mid prices, so we're assuming it's 0. So basically it's 0 here actually, right? Because we're using mid prices. But on a symbol like S&P's 500, I don't think that the offset makes such a big difference. I think the offset makes a big difference on illiquid pairs where you have a large spread. So you can like also make a lot of money on the spread itself rather than the average spread over time. And that's why JP25 works so well, because the spread is so high. Not anymore, like the spread is 1. Right now spread is 1. You can thank me later, guys. Like, do you see that? Like, this is like where we are trading, right? These are the volume candles, and then suddenly you see like very big spikes in volume. So maybe we did something good for the market, right? So all these transactions are us basically, and like, yeah, everything's going. Now we're trying to sell or like exit our trade. So what is our P&L right now on JP25? Plus 10, almost, oh, $12 realized. Maybe we got another sell. Okay, and now I need to investigate why we are losing. Maybe the Bollinger is like still too tight. I feel like it's still too tight. Maybe we should like let's look at the profit based on the window. So here we see that the 60-minute window is less profitable, right? Than the 120. Oh, there's a clear correlation. The shorter the window, like 60, 20, 180, right? There's a clear pattern that the higher the window, the more profits we make. So what we should probably do, like, do you see that? Like this, okay, 120 less, and so on. So in order to make money, we should probably run a backtest running from a daily and onward. So probably our strategy is not that suitable for like very short-term intraday trading, but probably is better suited for like long, but like based on the rules that we provided, right? It doesn't like apply generally, but for a specific type of backtest, maybe what I should do, right? If I see like this pattern, just increase the window, and then we'll see. Can you run additional backtest for these windows in a separate plotly chart? So 1440, and then we are going to use like the daily time frame, right? So 1440 times 2 times 3 times 4 and times 5. So now we are trying to apply Bollinger Band with a much, larger window. And then like later we can like try to select one backtest and try to visualize the trades, right? Because we short here, yeah, right? And then the price moves up and goes back here. Like that is kind of bad, right? Because if we hold the trade like at this level, interesting. Yeah, this is the sell limit. Let's try a normal without many spikes, right? So here, I think, yeah, the range is too tight for us to make money. So we're going to apply a backtest on higher time frames, and we'll see. But yeah, Thomas, thank you for reminding me. Maybe I have a chance to get to this level. I just don't believe in myself enough. Like someone maybe like do a breaking strategy, really push the volumes, and when I get to next year, I can even make the spread tighter and tighter and tighter until I get here, and then I could become like really become a great market maker by reaching this level. I'll think about it. I think maybe there are some ways to get there. Or I just go to other dexes, right? I don't have to do on Hyperliquid. Maybe other dexes will give you 0% from 100 million, right? A lot of dexes actually do. So we just have to check, if I have similar conditions on other dexes. Let's say so dinner time soon. So yeah, let's just finish this, and yeah, tomorrow we can continue like with visualizing the individual backtests. That would be nice. And then like if we find something profitable, then we can proceed to write a trading bot. Of course, I wouldn't write a trading bot without having sufficient evidence that the strategy I'm developing is going to be profitable. So yeah, this is the requirement before we even start coding. So tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have more time to dedicate to this backtesting part. And if we find a good strategy, then yeah, let's go trading bot. And maybe on Thursday, Friday, we can deploy our first version and observe. Okay, so let's restart everything and run it again. Oh yes, please. So there is also some suggestion that I agree with. So we're going to back this maybe on longer period, and yeah, this is going to be the last prompt for today. So yeah, interesting to see. So the 4 to 5 day bands were the only net positive configuration. So here we hold the window fixed at, okay, that's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Like our strategy, like is not that active, right? So maybe on some days we have like 1, 2, or 3 trades. On some days like today or yesterday, we don't have almost anything. So overall, like maybe on average, we have like 1 to 2 trades per day on average on the S&P. And it also depends like on the volatility, right? So maybe today I should have maybe even reduced the spread to 2.5. Um, like even if you short at 2.5, the trade most likely will end up in profit. But of course, your profit margins decrease. So like that's the constant battle with, okay, waiting for good opportunities or chasing the price so you get at least filled a little bit, right? But the good thing is that like in any case, we're at least almost guaranteed to have a profit regardless if you enter at 2.5 or 4. It's just, a question of optimization. And like now we're going to run the new backtest. And yeah, that's going to be the last prompt for today. And like tomorrow we'll continue from here and see if we can find anything interesting. FOMC in 1 hour, right? Yes, correct. Oh, yeah, correct. Oh, it's almost 8. Wow. So maybe we'll find some trading opportunities during the news. So I'm actually curious, how my trading bot will trade during this time. Usually they say like news are dangerous and it can cause slippage, but when I see volatility, I sort of want to trade. Uh, I think overall in the long term, like trading during news can be profitable as long as your platform doesn't freeze. What brokers sometimes do, and you should be careful, like MT5 brokers sometimes freeze the quotes or they widen the spread a lot. So that's like the main risk. Uh, but if like your broker is okay and doesn't freeze your quotes, I think, it should be fine. Okay, so they're slightly losing. I think I also need to check the individual backtests, right? I need to make sure that like the strategy logic is correct, right? Because right now I just see the curves. I assume that the logic is correct. So yeah, I've already been streaming like for almost 5 hours. So I think it's better like to just, close it for today, start tomorrow with, a fresh head and we'll find something. But yeah, here we see also like that uh, we did actually manage to find some positive results, right? And like we do see a pattern, right? You like if I were talking about patterns, uh, like you guys see the higher the window, you know, the less we're losing. So sort of we're making more money, but we're still losing. And then like we went to like above like 1 day, and like the higher we get, right? So this is the lowest one. This is the second lowest, third lowest. So there is a clear pattern that the higher we go, the more profit we actually make. So we have to like work with the higher time frames and see how strategies perform there, and maybe also apply better filters, right? Apply better filters, or maybe also apply some better exit strategies because right now we didn't really apply like good exit strategies. So yeah, these are the things I'm like, thinking about that will improve tomorrow. So for now, I will just add this to Git. Like if you're interested, I will also upload this code. Yeah, on my website and Discord, but you will need AWS access, right? So most of you don't have AWS, so I would rather focus on, yeah, maybe creating like an app that can provide data for you. So I would like redistribute the data for you, and then you could use it for yourself without the requirement of having AWS. So please move .idea files to git ignore, and then I'm gonna push this to remote server. So I'm going to go to my GitHub page. I'm going to create a new project on GitHub, and I'm going to call it, yeah. So I'm gonna create my private repository, copy. Yeah, let's proceed. So we're adding new files to git ignore. And then when I'm going to push the project, I'm going to add the new remote link. And yeah, I'm done for today. And yeah, thanks for reminding for FMC. Yeah, it's almost 8 p.m. By the way, guys, on Friday there is a holiday, right? I think it's US assets. So they're early close. So if you have a strategy running on Friday, I suggest you disable trading bot before market closes, right? Because that can cause, some trades on Hyperliquid and cause uneven exposure. So yeah, remember to so we need to remove that. Git rm r cached. So we're removing some, track files from Git and oh, not cached. Yeah, I should have written it here actually. I should write it here. Or is it here the uh, no pass spec was given. Done. The idea files are not tracked by Git but remain on disk. Changes. Oh, actually it was all done, so we can actually proceed. So initial commit, everything's fine. We push now. Yeah, we need to define the remote. So here I have my remote address on GitHub, and now we can push this. So then I can continue working from home, and everything's fine. Beautiful. Okay, so yeah, we did manage a lot of things. I will continue from tomorrow. We have our Asana, so we can just keep our projects here nicely in our Asana project. Yeah, let's quickly double check, our trading bots, make sure everything's running. Yeah, everything's fine here. I don't need this anymore actually. So yeah, so our trading bots are gonna, keep trading, and I'll update you on the P&L tomorrow. So thank you guys for joining today's live stream. I'm really tired now, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, I'll announce a stream, after, yeah. Tomorrow I actually have nothing to do, so I can announce it later in the evening. So enjoy your evening, guys, and bye.